And with a push of the button, hello, Internet! Welcome to session 26, I believe, of Land Beyond the Mist. We've got some old faces back at it again, ready to go adventuring out and find some new lands to explore. I am excited, as always, to play some D&D. So, let's start out as we always do, going around the table and introducing ourselves and our characters, to who we've brought beyond the mist today. I'm just going to go in the camera order that I see it. So, Butcher, or I guess Coron, why don't you introduce us to Butcher and tell us a little about him for those who may have missed it.
Yeah, Butcher is a dwarf who was exiled from his dwarven home for committing some awful atrocity, and he's come to the mist to look for atonement for that. And on his last outing, he lost someone that he looked up to, who he viewed as a true hero of the mists, Jonathan Robinson. I think he sees that Jonathan Robinson died protecting people and doing his best, so I think he thinks of it as a heroic death, and looks up to him even more for that.
All right. Well, a good person to look up to for sure. Jonathan had a lot of success out beyond the mist. I look forward to seeing you stake your own heroic name. Excellent. That brings us over to the Mr. Underground himself, returning with Yosatan. Why don't you introduce us to them for those who missed him or may have forgotten?
Today I will be playing Yosatan Gethrix, blue dragonborn sorcerer of draconic power, and he is a wandering merchant of many trades. And most recently he found himself here in this land beyond the mist, attempting to find new avenues of potential profits. But everything has a cost.
Ooh.
That's me.
Excellent. Well, glad to have you back. Always been a good time when you've played. Looking forward to it. Shadow, why don't you go next? Tell us a little bit about Murdoch for those that may have missed him.
That's good. Don't really have to follow that, though. That was pretty good there, Mr. Underground. I'm Shadow054 in Discord, Scarlet Shadow on Twitch. I'll be playing Murdoch today. Murdoch is a rogue with a little bit of fighter dabbled in there. He is a older gentleman. He was a medic and a healer in his town, and then everybody in his town died. And he went to the mist to seek redemption and just find people to help save, which he was not able to do in his prior area. And he's had varied success and been all around the mist at this point, and is returning once again to the swamp for some unfinished business.
Ooh, very nice.
Trying to finish up the adventure of the Sunken Fort once and for all.
All right. And with that, we will go to our last but not least character, Temer. You've brought a few out to the swamp. Why don't you introduce us to this one?
My character I brought today is Nephito. He's a druid, first level druid. He's an interesting character. He's pretty much lays about, someone who doesn't really follow the normal customs around the world. You might call him, like some might call him, a scumbag. A scumbag, Nephito. So this is it. He's not an evil person. He's not a bad person, but he's not very socially aware for a lot of things. He's the kind of guy who would be like, be your roommate and then eat all your food in the fridge. And then when you ask what happened to your food, he'd be like, oh yeah, thanks, I ate it.
All right. Well, we'll look forward to see how he mixes in with the rest of the party as you make your way out in the mist. So, the four of you have gathered in the Cloak and Stagger around the great wooden table there and chosen to head out into the swamp to explore the underneath the Sunken Fort and potentially the swamp the ship underneath the swamp that you discovered there, or at least Murdoch did the time before. So, before we head out and make our way into the swamp, is there any preparations the four of you would like to make in town before heading out?
Yes, I need to find some sort of plant in town that has thorns, whether that's roses, something of the like, and I need to acquire some stems.
Okay, I believe that this is probably a matter of simple thorn collection. There are plenty of areas that specialize in getting magical casters their various components to play around with. Maybe it's exchange of a few simple coins, or maybe you've agreed to help them in some other way and you can procure your thorns as needed.
All right, I will hand out one of these stems to each of the party members.
Okay, excellent.
Let them know. I can let you cast a few magic spells if I incant with this dagger, and these will allow you to use the powerful Thorn Whip cantrip.
Mm-hmm.
Good to know.
So we can, put this in our pipe, right? And he kind of tries, but doesn't.
Doesn't quite
No,
fit in the pipe.
I mean, if you want to procure your own for your own purposes, that's fine, but this one
gotcha.
has uses.
Gotcha, no worries.
Is preserving fluid a thing that can be obtained in this town? Like a jar?
Oh, you like embalming liquid or something. I have not considered a price for that. No, what are you intending to do with preserving fluid, as you say?
If I happen to find things that are organic and may be prone to rot, I would put those things in the jar of liquid to preserve it.
I see. I don't know. I don't think I've ever had someone ask me for formaldehyde in in D&D. Let's see. I'm just gonna do a quick Google to see if anybody else has priced this out for me, and then I'll just make something up if they haven't.
Because I already have a giant heart dried and wrapped. So I'll need something better in the long run. For something new, of course.
It does not look like anybody has priced out formaldehyde in a nice, easy to Google way. I'm going to say that jars of preserving a liquid. This has to be a thing that wizards have, right? This is just what weirdos that use hearts and other magical shit do. I think this sounds like a 5 GP per type of thing. I think we can create jars of preserving liquid for you to carry out.
Paid in full for 2 of them.
All right, excellent. So you slosh about with a bunch of formaldehyde in one of your jars, ready to preserve something. Excellent.
I have one last thing. I still have Jonathan's family sword, and I'm going to go and take that out to our where we have our monument, and I'm going to stab it down partway into the ground, next to the monument, and I'm going to incant a short poem prayer in memory to him, which I'm not going to perform here because I don't feel like it, but I have something. I'm going to post it in the Discord.
Oh, perfect. I love it. Yes, the dwarf smith is at first horrified and then realizes that you pierced not his statue, but the ground nearby, and then thinks that this is a wonderful gesture. And you get many a passerby. Tell me, is the family sword of Jonathan Robinson enchanted?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Cool. And so you do?
As we're going that... Go ahead, Timur.
No, I was just going to mention the preparation for... I heard some people, maybe months ago, were talking about having some sort of device of breathing underwater. Some sort of inflatable sheep stomach.
Oh,
Wondering if I could
jeez.
try.
People did do that, didn't they? What did I make them pay for their inflatable sheep stomachs? I don't remember.
Luckily, I have a good on good authority that it was 5 GP. For,
Was it 5
4
GP? For an hour of breathing underwater or something like that, right?
I believe it was only a few minutes, but an hour was.
I will go with a few minutes then. That sounds good. We will let you pay your 5 GP for I don't know. Let's call it. Oh, Lake says it was 2 minutes. I think he was part of that team too. So 5 GP for 2 minutes of sheepskin breathing. If you would like to pay for that, you absolutely can. The vendor is surprised. Like, I didn't think I'd ever have to make these again. Hold on. I have some materials left over.
I believe it was 5 for 4 sheepskins, but of course.
Was
my
it 5
party
for
members
4?
might not. My party members might not need it. Only a few do. Maybe
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. I will go by whatever price that was.
As we were walking by the monument, Murdoch will stop and ask the Dwarven Smith what still needs to be done to get this monument completed.
He nods his head. He says,
Been a while.
I need a treasure from someone of at least 1,000 gold pieces in value that is enchanted with arcane magics. And with this, I can complete the great work. As it stands now, it is a noble monument to those who have fallen. You can all pay their respects. But with this piece, I am sure that it will benefit the rest of the community greatly.
Benefit them how?
The DM is uncertain. He wishes to give you this information at this time, and he strokes his beard.
Perhaps we will have to find this and then find out on our own.
I believe that might be the case.
Then we shall go looking.
Thank you. All right. With preparations around town completed, the 4 of you pack up and begin to make your way westwardly towards the Lizard Marsh. So, what I will need is for one among you to act as the team's navigator. Who will that be? Shadow.
That will be Murdoch.
Oh, Murdoch. Yes, of course. So, Mr. Murdoch, what I want for you on this first day of travel is to tell me your intended route that your party will travel for the day, and the pace that you would like to be traveling at.
We will be going west by northwest. If it were with the numbers on a clock, we would be aiming for, I believe, 10 o'clock. In our direction, if possible, towards the sunken fort.
All right.
We would like to travel at a normal pace.
Okay, excellent. You will be traveling at a normal pace towards the sunken fort, and you are going to give me a navigation check. I usually take survival wisdom, but if you have a different skill that you would like to use for your own navigating, I will hear you out. For a normal pace, Oh, no, not for the normal pace. Normal pace you roll normally, but your DC will be 10 for your first day of travel, mostly through the area around Farfield Keep. Yes.
Murdoch is an Outlander.
Ah.
So I believe I roll at advantage.
Yes, you do. Excellent. For the Outlander feat, please roll me at advantage.
Survival wisdom at advantage. Coming in.
Thank you. The 24, excellent. You are very adequately making your way around the small towns and villages in and around Farfield Keep, and then eventually find yourselves, after about 18 miles or so, in the swampy lands of the Lizard Marsh. The roads and the pasture lands fall away. Ferns and vines and mucky grounds rise up around you to take their places. You keep yourselves and whatever pack animals that you have with you dry as you stick to the higher, kind of rockier outcroppings as you push your way north and west into the Lizard Marsh. Tell me, as you make it there for the first time with your new crew, what is it like as the 4 of you are pushing your way ever northwestward? What is the atmosphere like? What are you doing as you're traveling for the first time out in the mists?
I think Murdoch will be telling everybody the story of poor Haymanot and the misadventures of the last time that we went to the sunken fort, describing the battle against the Roper, describing the battles against the Lizardmen, describing the the painstaking walk back with many treasures and many loot, but down one compatriot. And then also his desire to finish the sunken fort, clear it of all the evil, and explore the shipwreck underneath, as he has put this group together for this very purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, these swamps are quite dangerous. I've experienced that myself. I guess I'd explain the giant snake man hybrid monster that we had seen on our last outing. I guess Joseton can back me up that I'm not just making things up too.
It is half snake, half muscle man. It's also a spellcaster. I was able to lift it up into the air, and it convinced me magically to drop it back down.
Mm-hmm.
One of the most scariest things anyone could come across, in my opinion.
Excellent.
Wow, this is an interesting story. It's very dangerous, huh? I suppose this Haymanot was a brave, handsome young lad, probably one of the best people you've ever met, right? Of course.
All of those things and more.
Of course. And he says this while he has reworked his water skin into kind of a water bomb and takes a little something from his herbalist kit and just puts it and lights it.
The best way to stay hydrated, the water bong.
Yes, of course.
All right. With cautious tales being woven, the four of you pick your way northwest. As evening is rapidly approaching, the four of you are pushing northwest, and it is Butcher, who has the sharpest eyes amongst the shadows. Butcher, you see, as the setting sun kind of clips through the marsh around you, a stray patch of light kind of breaks through the canopy of kind of nearby trees and ferns, and illuminates a kind of mossy green undergrowth clinging to the underside of some of these nearby rocks. Amongst this mossy undergrowth, you see kind of big herbs growing out of them with a reddish hue amongst their flowers. As you sit and you spot them, you notice that there are footprints nearby these rocks. That look to you very much like kobold footprints that are leading both to and from this kind of mossy patch of undergrowth. What do you do when you spy this?
Strange sighting. Is this some sort of kobold garden? I'll point it out to Murdoch. He's probably the most well acquainted with the wild, so. What are they growing?
Can you describe those herbs to me one more time, Greg?
Yeah, so there's kind of this mossy patch of undergrowth growing green on the underside of kind of one of these larger rock formations that grow out of the swamp. Amongst this green mossy undergrowth, there are kind of big red flowered herbs that grow out of the moss and the green.
I think I'll respond to Butcher and say, I'm not sure. I've not come across this yet. But I know that we probably should take a sample, as the apothecary in town is very interested in the herbs of both the swamp and of the surrounding areas. And then I think I'll take another look at these footprints that are nearby. Do they look like fresh footprints?
Mm-hmm. As you begin observing the footprints, you find them to be fresh indeed. It seems that whatever was nearby, these kobold footprints, are not long made in the kind of muddy ground around this patch.
So here's a question. I have a proficiency in herbalism.
Mm-hmm.
Could I identify the...
Please go for it. Give me a herbalism proficiency check, and let's see if you know what these are.
And I just...
The roll for that, Greg.
Huh?
Yeah.
You need a roll for that. Herbalism is a tool, I suppose, in this game. So you need an attribute. You are using your powers of observation, I suppose. So usually perception would be wisdom. Let's get a herbalism wisdom. I'm sorry. I just assumed you were going to click a button and make it happen. That's what most people do these days. I'm appreciative of you asking. Your herbalism kit is successfully able to identify these as bundles of a healing herb that you are familiar with. When you cook these and stew these down, you can distill them into a like almost light healing potion of sorts. There are D3 worth of these like herbs here that enough quantities to produce this potion.
I convey this to the party. I'm saying that oh wow, plenty of I've seen these before. You know, they make you good, and not in like the good way, but in the good way. And then he rolls D3 to collect.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Let's see if I remember the syntax for this.
I always have a problem with that. I have bad syntax at least once per game. All right.
One.
You can collect one bundle of these red herbs, enough to stew down to create a potion of light healing.
I'll be working on that.
Is that something we can stew down whenever we take a rest tonight, so that we have it for tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
Yes.
All right, and as he's observing and going through that, I'm going to take a look at those footprints. I'm going to look and try and get a decent... The best count that I can get as to how many kobolds pass through this area and where they left, if possible.
Where they
showed
left.
up somewhere, like where they were going at the end, if I can get that from the tracks. That's what I'm hoping to observe.
Okay, let's get a tracking proficiency check from you, which I guess would be survival in this case. And I believe that's just going to be our traditional survival wisdom, unless you have a different attribute you'd like to use.
That sounds great.
All right.
12.
All right. From your observations, you can count that there were more than 5 distinct sets of footprints, but fewer than 10. But you can't get a better count than that. And they are traveling southernly from where your position is, though you kind of lose track of them a little bit after their kind of original muddy area. They climb over some taller, rockier outcroppings somewhere to the south, and you lose them there. But you know that they are traveling southernly from your direction.
Well, friends, do we want to change direction and track them down? Seems that Nefahito was able to collect some herbs here. They were here to do the same thing. Logic says they have some as well. Is it worth tracking them down, or do we keep our original course? Keep moving towards the fort?
I leave the decision to all of you.
Hey guys, I'm cool with whatever. And he says as he takes another rip from the bomb. From the water skin / bomb.
I'd say we keep on course, but I don't have a strong opinion.
Nope. I'm going to look around. I agree, and I think we're going to decide to move on, but I'm going to look around this area, Greg. Is there any landmark anywhere that I can see that would help me find this place again?
This is a pretty nondescript part of the swamp. In fact, it has kind of this natural rock formation that you kind of see coming up and out of various parts of the swamp. It has kind of this muddier, low water and reeds around it. You search around trying to find something that would lead you back here. Go ahead and give me a wisdom perception check. I just rolled for your DC. It is 17.
I did not hit that mark.
No. So despite your best efforts, there isn't anything that stands out to you that would lead you back to this very specific spot.
Okay. Then I think we move forward.
All right. Excellent. You move forward and continue pushing your way northwesterly into the Lizard Marsh. The rest of your day passes fairly uneventfully as the rest of the light bleeds away from the swamp and you begin thinking about making camp for the night. So, as you camp here, tell me, what do you do?
I start working on the bundle of red herbs with my herbalist kit to try to kind of grind it down a bit, to kind of cook it a bit, make sure that I have something to fill one of my I suppose water skins or air skins. But this is kind of what I'd be working on tonight.
Your air
Like, oh yeah,
skins.
this is good. This is good stuff, guys. This is
As he grinds down these bundle of herbs that you collected during the day and begins stewing them over the fire, it unleashes a sweet scent through the air. One that if you've been to the Honeysuckle Grove, you don't recognize. It is different from that scent, but it is a nice, pleasant, like rich sweetness that fills the air. As he's doing this, what are the other three of you doing as the night approaches?
Is it dim light yet?
Yes.
Around the stone?
Yeah, I would say so.
Alright. Joston tells the others that he'll take a quick look around, and he proceeds to grab the edges of his cloak of the bat and proceeds to fly directly up into the air.
Every chance you can get, I'm sure.
Excellent. Jostan, you begin flying up into the air as the sweet smells of the potion brewing takes place around you, getting a good look around. What are the other two of you doing?
Nefahito, you didn't have to take every single one of those flowers. You could have left some so the group would regrow. What are you doing?
Oh man, I know these things. They will grow. Don't worry. They grow like weeds, And then I say that as I take yet another rip from my water skin bong.
I think as they're having this conversation, Murdoch is having flashbacks to the last time that he collected herbs and things in the swamp when I got ambushed by about a dozen crazy angry mosquitoes. And smelling that, he's going to start looking around to make sure that we're not drawing the attention of something else in the area.
Excellent. Sure enough, you are attracting something else. Yosatan and Murdoch are keeping sharp eyes out, one flying around with his cloak of the bat, the other mundanely watching carefully as the other two party members talk over the bubbling pot of stewing herbs. Yosatan, you were probably the first to notice there is movement through the swamp as you have a nice aerial view of something happening. You see a hunched over figure that from your vantage point you cannot see much of their face or features as they are covered in that kind of almost burlap looking cloth or canvas, like a big draping hood over them as they shuffle along, some probably 200, 300 feet away from the camp itself, and the figure is being trailed by about 5 kobolds, their little small feet moving rapidly to keep up, even with the kind of shambling steps of this cloaked figure. Murdoch, you're looking around to keeping a sharp eye, and as Yosatan is perhaps shouting or perhaps descending from the sky, you too get a look at this as your companions stew their herbs. What do you do?
I'll immediately say something's coming, and over to Corone and Nefahito, and then I'm gonna slink off to a spot where I can maybe get some cover, and try to see if I can hide, so I can maybe get a shot off at them before they see me.
All right.
I'll point in the direction that I see before I move away, so they know where it's coming from.
You point in the direction you see and attempt to hide behind some ferns or some swamp grass. Go ahead and give me a stealth dexterity check. Let's see how hidden, in fact, you are.
Very.
All right. You
Not be a
hunker
lot of
down.
Places to hide around here.
You hunker down and begin trying to hide. Yosaton, you're coming down, and Butcher and Nefahito, you hear this warning from Shadow as you look off into the distance, seeing this like shambling figure approaching your campsite. What do you all do?
I take a hint. I kind of extinguish the fire,
Mm-hmm.
and I kind of hide. Hopefully, it'll be a bit more darker now with less fire.
Oh, okay. You're trying to extinguish the fire that you're stewing these herbs upon?
Yeah. I let this stew go, but the fire itself, like maybe under it,
Mm-hmm.
I make sure dirt is on it. And
Okay.
then
You
like-
kick some dirt on the fire. The
Yeah.
deep shadows of the early evening and night spill out over the swamp, and you attempt to hide as well. Give me a stealth dexterity check as you hide away.
The real question is, do you use water from your water bong, or do you use dirt?
the dirt, of course. That
Yeah, I mean, waste not, want not, right?
you know,
All right,
just
you steal yourself away in the deepening shadows behind some ferns. Butcher, what are you doing as this goes on?
I think Butcher is more or less going to come to the conclusion they're going to find our camp regardless. So
Mhm.
he's, I think, going to just stay out in front, next to the pot in the camp.
Mhm.
He's going to summon a crocodile.
Okay, excellent. You pull forth your dagger, speak its ritual command words, and a crocodile appears next to you, prepared to do your bidding. Yosaton, you float down from the sky on the wings of your Cloak of the Bat. What do you do as these figures approach?
I think what he's doing is, whereas everyone else is like taking various levels of cover, he will actually stand out in like the middle of the area and just like cast Blade Ward, just like an open target, not even caring, and just already putting up some level of defense. Just
All
waiting
right.
For them.
Butcher and Yosaton stand next to their crocodile in front of this stewing pot of herbs, while Murdoch and Nafahito give a nice deep crouch beneath these spilling shadows. You wait, and it is not long before these figures come to your camp. They close within about 30 feet of you standing outside before ending their kind of shuffling. This creature is covered entirely by this kind of burlap, almost canvas-like robe and cloak, big hood that drapes down over them. And you hear a cackling, almost raspy voice emerge from beyond this hood as it speaks to you first in Kobold, if any of you speak that, and then will, upon getting no response, switch to a variation of Common, and it speaks out, "You have stolen my herbs. What payment will you give me for them?" She looks at Yosaton and Butcher, and then to the crocodile, as if expecting one of you to answer.
We had no idea that grove was owned by someone in particular. We are very sorry for disturbing that.
Yeah, it's just.
What sort of things are you interested in?
I have.
Something that like whisper. I have something that might be something worth.
Tell me then, boy.
I like pull from my back a wooden fetish of one of the dead lizard folk.
I have made many of those. I need not another.
Ah, shame.
Perhaps if no better payment can do, I shall take your kidney.
Doesn't actually look. Oh,
Do you have need for gold or weapons?
Not particularly of gold, no. Weapons,
Devil meat?
perhaps? What kind of weapon do you have for me? Is it
I have-
enchanted? Is there magic upon it from which I can draw?
No, I don't have any such weapons, which are lies.
Do you ever need to preserve anything?
Oh, like your kidney? No, I am very good at using things before they expire.
No. Because I have this, I brought out some jars filled with formaldehyde.
Oh,
Perhaps.
I do appreciate a good whiff of chemical. But no, not as valuable as my herbs. I was cultivating them. You have stolen them. It sounds to me that you do not wish to give me your kidney. Perhaps your spleen, then.
You hear a
Potentially
voice from. Oh, I'm sorry. No, continue.
Potentially potions of healing. Maybe that'll be of some worth.
Out of curiosity, what do you use the flowers for? They're pretty, right?
Oh.
The redness. You just love the redness.
There was someone hidden in the shadows. Oh, you
Nope.
scared me. Well,
Ignore
I...
where ignore the location of the voice, but yet the content of the voice.
Too late, Sonny. I heard you loud and clear. My eyes aren't what they used to be, but my ears are sharp. I use them for all kinds of things. As you have obviously learned, you can stew them down to heal the sick and wounded. But you can also use them to produce other effects if you know the right combinations of other ingredients. Now, I think it's about time we start taking some kidneys. Fellows! She pats one of the little kobolds standing next to her. And he desires that one's kidney. And she points right at Yosaton. He seems like he has a nice, healthy one.
And
How about we collect some kidneys for you?
Oh?
Yeah.
Do you have
You know?
them?
We can get kidneys. You know, they grow on trees.
Will it be better than his? He smells adequate.
Oh yeah, way better. You know, like they'll be like, newer. They'll kind of give off that good new kidney smell. This guy, I think he ran a few pints of like ale through his kidneys and everything like that. He's horrible drinker. It's an affliction we all have, right?
Well,
And then he
he is
takes a
clearly
rip from a
not the
bong.
drinker you are. Fine. Auntie will give you until tomorrow night to acquire a proper payment. Otherwise, I will take all of your kidneys. Never mind, little one. Come. And she begins to turn and shuffle off away from you.
I think the camera is sitting behind Murdoch as the conversation starts to go poorly. He's like drawing back his bow, and then somebody will say something, and then no. Drawing back, and then no. Like 4 or 5 times, and then he will slowly, when they move away, come out of his terrible hiding spot where everybody can see him. And then say to everybody, well, that could have gone worse.
Unless we find some kidney, it might get even worse tomorrow.
I'm going to take note of the direction that they are shuffling away.
Southernly, kind of towards that same path or general direction that you were following the kobold tracks from your previous, I don't know, observation.
Sure.
All right.
Well, that was. What do you think? What other use do you think she might get out of this this flower? And do you think it was really hers? Like, I doubt it. I didn't see her name on it. It didn't say hag.
If she's she tracked us, she knew it, the smell of it. She seemed willing to enforce it if things did not go her way, but not to merely begin with a fight.
Part of me thinks we missed an opportunity there.
Part of me thinks we'll have that opportunity quite soon. We'll have another one.
We just need to keep an eye out. I fear if that person is a caster, things can get very bad very quickly.
All right. And with that, the night will pass. There are no other encounters that evening for you. And we will move on to the next day. So, before we start healing up, there's a little bit of bookkeeping we need to do for your trip through the swamp on your first day. You've moved at a medium pace, so I would like each of you to give me a foraging check at disadvantage. The base check I use is survival wisdom, unless you have something else that you would like to do. For your first day of travel, it has mostly been through pasture lands and the easy towns outside of Farfield Keep before heading into the swamp, so your DC will be 10. Oh, I like the 0. That's a good number.
Did you say at disadvantage?
Disadvantage for your pace,
Yeah,
yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
All right.
Cool.
So Shadow has traveled through here before. He finds a nice place of clean water to refill the water skins and enough food for himself. But I'm going to need the 3 of you who failed to give or to mark rations for your day's worth of travel, 2 pounds each. If you have any pack animals beyond 1, they will also need feed for the day as well. Then
Marking out feed for my donkey.
Perfect. All right. And then you have rested a full night beyond the mist. So you may spend any number of I guess you haven't been in combat. You could spend any number of hit dice to recover HP, and you regain any spells or class features. But you guys are all topped off and ready to go. So it is day 2 beyond the mist. Murdoch, are you still acting as navigator for the party?
I am, Greg.
Excellent. Tell me, what is your intended route of travel for today, and what is the pace that you'd like to go?
We are going to keep moving in the same direction.
Okay.
10 o'clock on a clock face towards the sunken fort. We would like to continue the same normal pace today.
The same normal pace today. All right. Go ahead and give me that navigation roll. You will be at advantage, but the DC is now 20 as you are fully in the Lizard Marsh. All right. You have been here before. You have a good feel for what you are doing, and you continue on at a normal pace, northwesterly, picking your way through the kind of wetlands, sticking to high grounds, helping the donkeys along the way. All that wonderful stuff. Greg has to remember what hex you're actually going to real quick. Tell me, as I roll for encounters and find your destination on my hex map, what is the mood like as you push your way through the swamp on the second day after your encounter the night before? Oh, wow.
I think Murdoch is, at this point, a little skittish and nervous. The encounter with whatever that creature was a little bit off. He would have preferred to fight it, but he wasn't going to jump in there if his teammates were ready to do something else. So he's keeping his eye out, looking for everything. And also, while I'm looking for the hag or whatever that was that we encountered overnight, I'm also looking around the plant life and wildlife. We've now found herbs. The last time I was out here, I found some dream root. The apothecary told me to look out for a fairy ring and for the mushrooms around it. So if I see any of that stuff, I'm going to be trying to maybe see what's going on around it.
Does Murdoch communicate any of his, I was ready to shoot him, but you guys kept talking? Does he communicate that with the rest of us, or is he that more...
I think I communicated that last night. I guess that's what I meant by missed opportunity. So if anybody asks me about it, yeah, I'll say I think we should have shot. And
Yeah.
We had the advantage.
Take the initiative next time. I was waiting for you to make that decision.
Okay. Fair
I
enough.
had a plan,
Good.
but it seems we didn't have the chance.
Could I?
Mm-hmm.
At least my idea is that I start talking with the birds, asking them if they've seen any soul wandering person around in these woods, in these areas.
Okay. You begin chatting with the birds. You cast a little magical spell. You find some swamp birds flittering about, eating their nuts or whatever it is they do, and begin asking for knowledge of solitary figures in the swamp. I think that I need a persuasion charisma check from you to get that type of information out of these birds.
I have animal handling, if that's better.
I don't think you're
persuasion if,
quite animal handling. I think that you're conversing and communicating here.
My charisma is not quite good. It's
Uh,
scumbags aren't that.
not that persuasive, are they?
No, not really. Like, hey, birds, come on, you know?
I think you get many conversations with birds, and they don't quite understand what you're looking for with this solitary figure in the swamp. They chat about, the worms on the ground and the berries in the tree, and they talk about things that hunt them, like, oh, those lizard folk, no, we don't like that. But you are unable to get a concrete answer for some solitary figure in the swamp from these birds.
I start by asking if they, don't have any. If they have any spare kidneys they're not using. Maybe I could borrow them for a second, and then they're turned off by this.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think the birds are not real interested in handing over their own kidneys to you.
I'm like, we really need some. Don't worry about it. It's just we need some, and maybe a lot, bulk, that might be good. But anyways,
all right. You continue pushing through the swamp, and if you believe it or not, I rolled 4 encounters for you, and none of them came up with encounters. So you begin pushing your way along, ever northwestward. Murdoch leading the way, tipping in and about the marshes. And as the sunlight begins kind of bleeding out, and you are once again finding yourselves near dusk, about that time you start making camp, you find yourselves near familiar terrain as you see the sunken fort kind of peeking out beyond the horizon of the swamp. You could probably push hard into the last kind of wee hours of the night to get there, or you could camp a little bit in front of it and reach it early the next morning.
I will point it out to everybody, and I will say, let's go ahead and rest here, and then work on assaulting the fort tomorrow morning, I think.
We should expect this figure to be back tonight, right? Maybe you can find somewhere in the woods to hide out, not exactly where we are.
Yeah, I think I'll do that. I think since we have a little tiny bit of light left, I think we're going to look for a camp that kind of has a good view of, I believe, the southeastern passage towards it, so we can keep a good line of sight in the direction of where we saw those kobolds and whatever that creature was. Maybe we can see him coming from pretty far out.
Okay. You begin taking your time trying to find a camp with a good line of sight into the southeast, and preparing yourself for whatever may come this night. Sure enough, you can find pretty much what you're looking for as you spend the last maybe hour or so that you would have had finding this camp and setting yourselves up for the night. Tell me, before the evening comes, is there anything that you want to do, any preparations that you make for the evening, or is it just setting up camp and seeing what happens?
Did Nefahito end up finishing making that potion?
Oh yeah, for sure. You stewed it down. You can have that. It is just the healing potion per the book. I think it's 2d4 plus 2.
Yep.
Yep.
Excellent.
Perfect.
Did we see any of the other aforementioned herbs and roots along the way today?
You did not. I rolled for finding some herbs, and unfortunately, the route you took this day did not find any unique vegetation amongst the lizard marsh.
Then I think when we hit camp, Murdoch is going to do exactly what Butcher suggested and find a nice spot over perching the camp where he can kind of sit and spend some time. If I can't find a good place where I think I could be hidden, I might spend some time creating it. I've got a bunch of daggers. I can maybe cut down some brush and reset some area and find a nice little spot where I can be hidden from
Cutting down brush makes a lot more sense. When you first said, I have a bunch of daggers, I was envisioning you, like, crouching behind a wall of daggers. Yeah, absolutely. You spend some time clearing some ferns and some vines and make yourself a nice little hideaway. I don't remember what a blind, right? That's what hunters call them. And you set up behind it. I think that we should probably make a roll of some kind to determine how effective your blind is. So, this is not usually stealth dexterity, right? But I know that your character is probably good at stealth dexterity. So I will let you choose either that or some kind of like crafting roll to like make the best blind, which I think would probably be some kind of nature or survival with strength or dexterity.
Is it about the creation of the blind, or is it about the?
I think so, right? You've spent some time to make this nice blind for you to hide behind, and so I feel like we should probably figure out how well that works against these potential encounters.
I don't like the idea. Stealth dexterity doesn't seem right for this. So
fair enough.
Is it like stealth with a different stat, maybe?
Ooh, I can get behind that. I think I think it's either gonna be stealth like dex. No, I think it's gonna be like stealth strength, right? Because like you're like chopping down parts of this and like making a nice little blind. I think that makes a lot of sense.
So that's gonna be. Let's see here. So I think I'm proficient in stealth and I have expertise in stealth, but I have no bonus to strength. So I think at my current level it's like a d20 plus 4.
That sounds right to me, yep.
Okay, so let's roll that one.
Okay, so you set up this blind. It is not perfect, but you are as hidden as you can be behind it, and make yourself a nice little hideaway. Try to ambush some people. Excellent. Any other preparations before the night falls in its entirety, or while Shadow's doing all of this?
Do we think they will come during the night itself or leading up to it?
It came in the evening last time. I would just assume the same, but could be anything. We don't know how this creature will work.
Well, let's see if...
Oh, no, it's okay. You continue.
Let's see if it knows what a sylph is.
You have a plan other than shooting before it gets to us?
Yes. Making only somatic gestures, you will cast minor illusion, and you will hear the voice of a wind spirit saying, "Stop, go no further."
I mentioned if only we found a kidney, you know, like just lying on the road or something like that. That would have solved all our problems.
It very well
I
could
completely.
Really hoping to find something to kill that had a kidney today. We didn't see anything. But I think Murdoch is a little taken aback because he's heard the voice of that wind spirit before.
I have a few other sentences it's spoken if you want to hear them.
No, I heard him before. He has a mental image of creature flying off of the stairway and crashing down into the ground. He giggles a little bit. No, and then he goes back to his blind.
Very nice. All right.
I cast produce flame and just hold it.
Okay, for 10 minutes at a time.
Yeah, you know exactly.
Yeah, it's a cantrip though, so I just kind of can assume that you just have produce flame in your hand, and then it goes out. You're like, wait, it comes back. All right, excellent.
I will try and find a good place to hide, though.
You will try to find a good place to hide as well. All right,
Yes.
that sounds like a good old stealth dex check for me.
Good old +1.
All right, all right.
Nice.
Excellent. With preparations made, night falls. The early evening goes by without any encounters, but you are all kind of tense and waiting for something to happen. And sure enough, a few hours into the night, Shadow, you are perched behind or Murdoch, you are perched behind your blind and staring down this corridor to the southeast that you expect them to come from. And sure enough, you see a hunched, shuffling figure trailed by 4 smaller ones, making their way up this kind of southeast corridor in the general direction of your camp. And they aren't really airing too much. Like the fact that they seem to be traveling a pretty straight and narrow path to you maybe gives you some concern. They don't seem to be looking or searching as they go. They seem to have a pretty good idea of where they're going and what they're doing. Sure enough, as they approach, the moonlight kind of uncovers the same figures that you saw the night before. The 4 kobolds and this cloaked, crouched, hooded figure.
As I see him coming, I'll signal the other party, but like, they're coming from the southeast, same as before.
Mm-hmm.
Sorcerer, try your trick. If it doesn't work, the moment she starts talking, I'm gonna shoot her. And we go.
Without a word, and from this point, I doubt anyone can see the hand gestures that Josaton, goes through. And soundlessly, until a point, 30 feet, basically, trying to intercept, their straight line path that they're going.
Mm-hmm.
So, they would go directly to the source of sound.
Mm-hmm.
I will play the sound of the wind sylph.
All right.
No
You play the sound of the voice. It says it rings out clear but softly in the night to stop and go no further. The cloaked figure kind of puts up a hand as this happens, cocks her head, or appears to cock their head behind this big, oversized hood that hangs over it, and then begins to shuffle forward again. And as she does, calls out in that common kind of tongue, like, oh wait, actually, what does she call out exactly? My brain, it farted. One moment.
Lore.
Oh, because it's in the hills, that's why. I was like, I can't find the House of Andwell. Okay. They call this creature Urala. She calls out, Urala, you are far from home. And then kind of cackles to herself as the rest of them continue moving forward.
I would like to, as Josaton's doing this, I would like to conjure up a crocodile out of the ground.
All right, you conjure up a crocodile out of the ground. The cloaked figure and the rest of the kobolds continue up the southeast corridor, closing the distance up to the camp itself. She calls out as she gets within about 60 or 30 feet. So, you have my kidneys.
That's when I shoot.
All right, excellent. You take yourself a mighty shot. They rolled an 8 for their find hidden people. So, Josaton, they see you, but Shadow, behind your mighty blind, you are hidden. Go ahead and roll at advantage.
Right, I'm gonna be firing directly at. I'm gonna call her a hag. I don't know if she's a hag, but in Murdoch's mind, she's a hag.
All right, excellent. You fire directly at her. With a 25, your arrow flies true, straight from behind your blind, crashing into the center of this creature. Go ahead and roll me some damage.
And I believe because she did not see me coming, I do get sneak attack. Correct?
Absolutely. Yes, you do. Yes, you
There's
do.
15 points of damage coming in.
Ooh, very nice. She takes 15 points of damage. And I believe with that, we should roll into some initiative. Maybe
Wonderful.
we will move you over to this map. And I will place some tokens just for some distances and whatnot. Probably should have thought to do this ahead of time.
Are we able to pull our tokens on the map?
Yes, you should be able to pull your tokens on the map. No problem.
What part of the map do you want us in? Northeast, southeast?
Well, they're coming from the south, so let's put you in like the northwest, maybe.
Northwest.
Yeah. And they're coming up from the southeast. So we have kobolds.
Oh yeah, Murdoch's gonna be right here in
Me.
the bushes.
Where would I?
Let's have you. Yeah, I like where Butcher is up here. That can be like where the camp proper is.
Do you want me to move closer since I had found a hidden spot a little further away?
Where are you?
Totally can. I'm
Oh no,
up
that's
here.
you're up here. Yeah. You're good. You're
My
good.
token is legit hiding in the.
Your token is very well hidden. Yeah, I like it. I like it. It blends in quite nicely with the grass there. All right. So they should be about 30 to 60 feet away. 30 feet, 30, 40. Yeah, that seems about right. And then. This woman here has
Oh,
been
boy.
struck.
That's a hag.
That is a hag.
Do we
Yeah.
have a Nefahito token?
I can pull one out. Let's see here. Nefehito. There you are.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. With that, let us roll into initiative. I need kobold initiative.
Do we have the initiative tracker?
We can. I don't know why it's not on. There we are. And then we need the hag. I don't know why I can't find my hag. Is my hag just like in a different part of the...
You have them organized like by.
I do. I have them in terrain. So like the Howling Fields, I have a monster set, and the Lizard Marsh, I have a monster set, but I can't have two of the same monster. Right? Like I can't have like if I want crocodiles in two different places, I just use the Lizard Marsh crocodiles.
Right.
And I'm having trouble figuring out where this hag is. Oh, it's in the Ghostwood. There we go. Hey. Okay.
Now we know of at least one other biome.
Nice. All right, everybody has rolled into initiative. Let us put this in descending order. The first to react is Murdoch as you shot this hag. Whoomp. She's like in mid-speech, like, so do you have any kidneys for... What do you do?
I pull another arrow out and I fire again.
All right, you fire again. This time with an 18, also striking the hag.
Wonderful. This time I will not get sneak attack because she does see me coming, but
That
I will
is
end up
correct.
doing 10 points of damage.
All right, 25 total points of damage to the hag. She is hurting and crackles out, cries out. You see the hood fall back from her green skin and white hair and reflecting in the moonlight as she cackles in pain. Butcher, you are the next to react. What do you do?
So is this darker green area, is that something that can be swam through?
Sure. Yeah. It's water.
All right, cool. The crocodile will swim through up to here. and make a bite at this hag.
All right, absolutely. The crocodile attacks with a 15. I believe that hits hag. For 12 additional points of damage. A hag will be grappled for now. Yes.
Grappled and restrained.
Yes, doesn't get to be ungrappled until her turn, right? Cool.
As far as I know.
All right, excellent. Well done. The crocodile swims up in between these two kobolds and takes a mighty bite out of the hag, snapping its jaws and keeping it locked in place. Nevahito, it is your turn.
I've still got
oh
my
yes,
turn.
Butcher, you go. What do you do?
As the hag's hood comes down, my hood comes up, meaning that I can now swim through this water.
Excellent.
I'm not going to use the improved mobility on that right now because I don't feel like it, but I'm going to get up to here, and I'm going to swing at this kobold with my great axe. On the right button. 16.
The 16 will hit a kobold, absolutely. For 16 points of slashing damage. Oh my goodness, this kobold dies. It is cleaved in twain by your mighty axe.
And I will end my turn there.
All right, excellent. That brings us to Nefahito. It is your turn, friend. What do you do?
Suppose I cast Fairy Fire, centered on this hag.
All right, so you do. The Fairy Fire is a 20-foot cube, so I believe you can get everybody in that square. Let's get you some saves, eh? It is a dex save, so the hag is going to auto-fail. So the hag is Fairy Fired for sure. And then we will get some dex saves for these kobolds. These are all going to be at +2. So we have an 18, a 14, and a 12. So one of them fails. This one here will be Fairy Fired. Excellent. Well done. Your violet, or I guess what color of light did you choose?
Let's say
Chat decide?
Let
Chat
chat
decide?
decide.
Sure.
Sure.
No, watch. No. Let's see here.
Oh, I don't have
What you
the
got going? Aww.
I don't have the reply on this channel. I like to keep it clean for Greg's channel, but let's
Fair
just
enough,
say
fair enough.
hot pink.
Hot pink. All right, your hot pink light floods out across the swamp and covers the hag and one of the kobolds upon it. Excellent. Wow, the hag and the kobolds rolled so bad on initiative. Josatan, you're the next to act. What do you do?
Throws up a mirror image as 3 more Illusory Josatans appear next to him. He grabs the edges of his cloak, giving him a fly speed of 40 feet, because that's at least dim light right now.
Absolutely.
Fly forward, like on this rock right here,
Okay. Absolutely.
and he stands there menacingly.
You stand menacingly upon the rock. Excellent. Good. Is that your entire turn?
I casted.
You cast Mirror Image. Right, perfect. Brain. Alright, the hag and the kobolds both go on 3. Who goes first is the question here. The hag has +1 dex, and these have +2 dex. The kobolds actually go first. So, let's see here. The kobolds want to pry this creature's jaws apart. This kobold here is going to come up next to the hag. This kobold here is going to come up next to the hag. And they are going to try to grab the jaws of this creature and pry it apart together in unison, making a strength check to do so and try to get this hag out of there. They spend their turn prying with all their might, but they cannot get the job done. This kobold climbs up on the rocks here, doesn't want to get near that big, scary thing, but he sees, like, 4 Dragonborn, like, have flown up over here, and decides that he wants to come up here and start stabbing at one of them. Give me a d20 to see which, Dragonborn he stabs at. He stabs at an illusion. Excellent. He takes out a dagger and begins stabbing upon it with a 10. I don't believe that hits your illusion.
AC 11.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. So your illusion is fine, untouched by the slash of the dagger as you all turn to look at him. The hag does not get to do much, but she will make a strength save to get out of this thing's mouth. The hag does so, unleashing herself from the jaws of the creature at the end of her turn, and standing up in the swamp. Excellent. With that, it turns back to Murdoch. What do you do?
I think Murdoch is going to move over 30 feet here to this spot where he's got a good line of sight to the hag. Imagine the hag's taller than the kobold.
The hag is definitely taller than the kobolds, yes.
Good, so I should be able to see her from here. And I'm going to take a shot, and since she's fairy fired, I take my shot at advantage. Is that correct?
Yes, you do.
All right.
The 26 will hit.
6.
Yes.
And with advantage, I also get my sneak attack.
Yes.
Plus ally in 5 feet, so there's 16 more damage to the hag.
Woo! The hag is taking some damage. All right, 37, 48. That is enough to bloody the hag. She looks worse for the wear after your attack. Butcher, it is your turn. What should you do?
All right, I will move around this kobold here towards the hag, and I will swing down my axe on this creature with all my might using Great Weapon Master.
All right, please do. The 18 will hit the hag for sure.
And I will use Goading Attack to attempt to make it attack me, dealing an extra 4 damage, and it needs a Wisdom saving throw, I think.
It is well and truly goaded. It does not like you.
And it takes 31 damage.
Holy shit! 31 and 48
Wow.
is 79. She's not dead, but holy shit. 31 damage!
Yep.
Oh boy.
Woo! I think
that
that's
wasn't enough, so I think I need to action surge here.
Absolutely. Bring her down.
awesome.
And we'll do the same thing again.
Oh my god.
That hits. For another 19, my friend, please describe your just absolute murder of this hag.
So I think I bring first slash down and I chop off one of her arms, but she's still up, and then I just bring my axe back up into her waist and just the force of it just tosses her to the side into the swamp, and she doesn't get back up.
Oh, absolutely. You just ragdoll this lifeless corpse of a hag into the swamp. It never even got a turn to do anything nasty to you, as the hag is dispatched with great, great axes. Nevahito, you see this display. What do you do?
Crocodile wants to
Oh,
bite the
never mind. You wait for the crocodile, Nevahito. What are you doing?
Gonna bite the
I don't know. I'm just rude. Okay.
biting the
you're
kobold
very
that
fired.
is very fired.
All right. That definitely hits for 5 piercing damage. The kobold is still alive, but is probably most likely restrained.
All right. No.
Yep, it is restrained and in the jaws of the creature. All right. Excellent. Nevahito, now you get to go. I don't know what you were doing before.
Literally, I was just so rudely jumping in front of it. Sorry, Croc. Sorry. I move closer, somewhat closer, as much as I can be. I suppose right here.
Mm-hmm.
Everything goes. Yeah, something like that. And I cast Produce Flame. Or I
Alright.
shoot my Produce Flame.
Excellent. Which kobold are you targeting?
I will target this one, right? This one.
Okay.
See it.
Excellent. Yes. Go ahead and give me a roll to hit. 13 will hit the kobold.
Awesome.
For 7, that is enough to slay this kobold as it dies. Blah!
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. And I'm like, what? What? You know? I'm very
Very good. Yosaton, this one kobold came up to try to stab at one of your illusions. What do you do?
Or Luciori Chiosatans open their gaping maw and a breath of fire springs out at the singular kobold. For 2 points of damage.
For 2 points of damage! Hold on, can it save for half? No, it takes 2 points of damage. Excellent.
I'll spend 2 sorcery points to quicken, and I'll shocking grasp it.
Okay. That gets a dex save, right?
I crit it.
No, it's a roll to hit. Perfect. You crit it with Shocking Grasp. For another 4. 4 and 2 is 6. That is not enough to kill the kobold.
Oh.
This kobold is bloodied, though. Well done.
Around it. That's my turn.
All right. The green hag is dead. She don't get to move. Kobold. One of these kobolds is stuck in the jaws of a crocodile. It will try to get free at the end of its turn. It succeeds. But that is its turn. This one here tries to run away. It's like, ah! Do you have a melee weapon out, Mr. Yosaton?
No.
Alright, then it runs away from you. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Cool. That is Kobold's turn. Murdoch, you see a fleeing kobold. What do you do?
I think I'm moving forward 30 feet. Taking aim, checking my distance. Yeah, he's still within short range. I'm going to take a shot at him.
Alright, so you do.
18.
The 18 definitely hits the kobold. It has 1 HP left.
Okay, well then that should be enough to kill him.
Definitely.
And I will yell out to everybody else, do we take this one alive? And not waiting for a response in my turn.
Alright, Butcher, it is you. What do you do?
Crocodile doesn't understand that. Crocodile's biting.
Okay. The crocodile hits. The crocodile slaughters this kobold, and it is done. The party
Crunch.
finds themselves once again alone in the night of the swamp.
I think Murdoch immediately moves forward to the body of the hag and starts sharpening up his dagger and says, Josephine, I want to get that
Yes?
jar out. And I start going for
Pulls out
kidneys.
jar.
Does she have anything like out of curiosity?
too.
Does she have outside of kidneys? I assume she does have kidneys, but does she have like on her persons?
Yes, the creature, as Murdoch goes about salvaging some kidneys. Neverhito, you find 120 GP worth of valuables upon the hag's body. These are like small rings and gemstones, little trinkets, not much in terms of gold coins, but things that you could easily sell back at camp. You also find on the creature a wand, almost like an oversized twig. As you play with it, you find to be in the style of a wand.
Whoa, whoa! Now that is very interesting. I already detect magic, but I can't do it anymore because I'm not prepared. But get ready to do such a thing. I play around with it, you know, like I'm like, oh, cool, blah blah, and I kind of point it at things, And I'm like, oh wow, wand. Do you think she was some sort of like, magical hag? Seemed like she knew about the herbs, and I'm just pointing at things, talking to everybody while she's being carved up.
You know, if you
Vertical shot over. There are herbs now.
Yeah,
I
hers
just learned
now.
something very interesting. That thing's name was Jurala. That was new. So, seems like this hag's been around the block.
All right. Murdoch,
Yes, sir.
what skills do you have in taking someone's kidney?
I'm proficient in medicine, Greg. I am a doctor.
Oh, you are proficient in medicine. Have you performed surgeries to take kidneys before?
I don't think I've ever performed a surgery to take a kidney. I might have performed surgery to do something in brief, but I was kind of a backwoods doctor. So.
Okay. In that case, let's have a proficient medicine check from you.
Love
and
it.
Josutan aid him. As Josutan is
Yes.
put into
I
things
assume
before.
that you can aid him. You are proficient in medicine?
No.
Then okay. Actually, no, you cannot aid him then. You need to be proficient in
Alright.
this skill.
Okay.
Understandable.
I have 13, Greg.
A 13 is adequate. You do a fine enough job, and you take this hag's kidney. It is right where you expect it to be,
Kidneys.
and pull it back off. Oh, right. People do have 2 kidneys. You take 2
I'd go for
kidneys.
them both.
Absolutely.
If you want me to make another check, I can, but I
Nope.
Go for them both.
You are good enough. You take both kidneys from this creature.
I will hand them to Jostin so we can put them in his jar.
Opens
Excellent.
the lid. Blunk. Close it. Wonderful. I'll figure out what to do with this back at town, I presume. Who knows?
All right.
After I'm done, I think I'll clean myself up, and then I would like to go and try to collect my arrows and see if there's anything on the kobolds as well, because we looked at the hag, but not them.
The kobolds themselves do not have any particular gear. They seem like pretty normal kobolds, although they don't wear the same armor as kobolds that you may have fought before. I forget who has fought kobolds and who has not. They are geared out differently, but it is still just mundane kobold gear.
Yeah, kobolds before.
You have fought kobolds before, so yeah, you
Yes.
would definitely notice that these are different styled armor, different styled weapons, but they are still just mundane weaponry and armor. How many arrows did you shoot? 2?
I shot 4.
4.
I got the first 2 shots of the encounter too.
Perfect. That's right. You may recover 2 arrows. That is all that is recoverable.
Got it.
guys, we had to stay up late to do this. We need to get our sleep.
Yes, we must, at this point.
Murdoch will volunteer to take the first watch after carving up a hag. He's kind of got a little bit of adrenaline going right now, so he'll volunteer for the first watch.
All right, excellent. You begin taking watches and begin resting up for your next day's journey and encounters. The rest of the night passes uneventfully, and you all find yourselves having a nice restful sleep going into the next day. So let us do a little bit of bookkeeping here, as you've spent a night and a day out in the mist. So you've spent a day traveling at a medium pace through the Lizard Marsh. I would like each of you to give me foraging checks at disadvantage. Your DC to forage in the Lizard Marsh is 10.
Here's a question. This is the next day, right?
Yeah, well, kind of. We're bookkeeping to go
Okay.
into the next day.
I was just wondering if my purify water, food and water, would be good to purify marsh water, and I could use that as water, since we're in a marsh and we're kind of around water. But it would be.
I have had this question come up to me in the past, and I think it
yeah.
probably makes like logical sense, but it circumvents the system that I'd like to use
Gotcha.
a little bit
Okay,
more
no
than
worries. No.
than I want to. So I'm gonna say no, unless like I don't know, if you're like on the edge of exhaustion death, like character death. Like we'll talk
no
about
worries.
it, but despite its logical sense, I'd rather avoid it.
Right. It's a ritual spell too, which would super break your entire
Yeah.
system.
Yeah. Awesome. So 3 of you managed to successfully find food and clean water to refill the party's skins and eat enough for the day. Only Yosotan needs to mark rations for his day's worth of travel, and up to 3 pack animals have enough grazing opportunity that you do not need feed for them. Excellent. And with that, I'm sorry? The wand. You spend some time with the wand during the night, and you find it to be a wand of magic detection.
Perfect. Wand of detecting magic. I wave it around for like on the kidneys, on the jewelry, the GP rings and stuff like that. Just kind of like
I was going to suggest the kidneys and checking them out.
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Pulls out jar. It's currently floating in it.
None of the other items, when you expend a charge of the wand, go off or detect any further magic.
Okay, cool. Is it a good druidic focus out of curiosity? Just for later, in case I might want to claim it.
I've never seen someone use a magic item as also a focus, I suppose.
No worries.
Sure.
No worries.
I don't see
Like,
why it wouldn't be,
theoretically.
right? It's a natural kind of like wand from the swamp. I could see a druid using it as a focus. Why not?
This is stuff for later, for the end of the. Not necessarily now.
Absolutely. Excellent. And you've spent a night out in the woods, so if you were hurt at all, which I'm not sure you were, as you destroyed that hag, you could spend
None of us
HP or
took
whatever.
damage.
You are allowed to regain spell slots and class features associated with a long rest. Excellent. So, it is morning of the 3rd day out in the swamp. You are but a matter of hours or minutes away from the sunken fort. You can see the edge of it in its familiar lean out in the horizon against the forest. Murdoch, I assume you are still acting as navigator. What is the
Yes.
intended plan for the day?
Well, I think we probably sleep in just a little bit, right? Because we
Okay.
had to stay up, took a tense night, you know.
I think that's very fair. Yeah. Absolutely.
Right, and then I think the plan is to move forward to the sunken fort. If we have a chance of a way to approach it, we would like to skirt around it just a little bit to approach from the north, because we can get a good view from the hill above the fort to see if anything is occupying it before we go there. And as long as it's empty, we will circle our way around to the west side of it and come in towards the entrance at the bottom.
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me a navigation check just for the intent, just for the value of it. I assume you're moving at a normal pace.
Normal pace,
Yep.
advantage on the check because I'm an outlander.
Yes, sir. You nail it.
got
You
all
know
movement.
what you're doing. You take off in the late morning, moving your way towards noon, towards the kind of north side of the sunken fort. I guess we could just move you all over to the sunken fort. That's not unreasonable. You will find that the sunken fort is unoccupied, at least, as you have circled around it to the kind of northwest, where you are on that familiar kind of cliff side that you used to escape once in the past. You look down into the fort and up on the parapets as best as you can, and see that it lies empty this morning. There are no lizard folk taking up residence, or anything else for that matter.
Wonderful. And I think then Murdoch will lead everybody in, and he will start describing some stuff to everyone. Says, over here to this side is the dock. That's the ship is somewhere under here, somewhat down in this direction, under the water. Says that's the door that we came in to the fort. Up here at the top is where we got ambushed and destroyed by that shaman. Terrible. And then you said that there are some hatches towards the top here, and over here. And this one here led to where we fought that roper. And I think once we get in there, I think Murdoch would like to gauge with the rest of the party what they want to do, but he wants to start by going to this hatch and starting to look inside the fort to see what we can see. My intention of possibly trying to clear out the fort, and once we have it clear, then we're going to go exploring for the shipwreck.
Alrighty. You look down that hatch, and you find that it leads to kind of a broken tower. That doesn't, like, the tower around you here just like kind of is falling apart. The stairs lead down somewhere, and as you open the hatch and peer down through this kind of broken, crumbling tower, you find yourself staring into a familiar room with a big stone slab table in the northwest corner of the, I guess here. You find yourself staring into this room in the northwest corner with the big table.
I think seeing that, Murdoch will take out his rope and grappling hook him up at the top there, and lower himself down. And I think, does anybody have a torch they want to spare or a way to create some extra light? See, I want to take one more look at all the murals in this room.
Oh, there you go.
I just flick my fingers and give everybody produce flame.
Okay.
He will like wrap the rope around his hand, kind of hang down a little bit, get the flame in his other hand, and just kind of scan out on the room and take another look at this mural, because it was here before and we described it, but then we did a lot of other things and got in a lot of trouble. I'd love another look at it.
All right, you kind of look at around this dining hall. It appears to be a dining hall with this big slab acting as a table in the center of the room. The walls of the hall are all an extended mural that has grown faded and worn by time. As you look, the mural kind of starts on this side of the wall, I guess, or the room, and it goes in this direction as the narrative progresses around the room. The mural first shows the clan's tale, a group of warriors battling other humanoids, and standing victorious after the battle is a human figure depicted with a stag's head, while all others remaining bow or kneel to this standing figure. The following panel shows a great building and a throne with stag's antlers, like, being built. These humanoid figures carrying blocks of stone and other things towards it. And then on the next panel, as this half-built building stands kind of next to the image, a giant, like, multi-headed lizard is shown killing many of the humans building the kind of stone structure. The next panel shows the human with the stag's head wielding a mighty two-handed weapon, and he is shown victorious over the slain body of the lizard, but wounded. And the final mural shows a long procession of these people carrying the stag-headed man with his weapon to a separate tower and interring them.
I think I'll climb back up and ask Joseton if he wants to take a look. He seems pretty adept at making sounds of different places in the mist. Maybe if he took a look at this as well, he might be able to create. I'll ask him, are you able to create something, maybe to put back at the tavern where we can have this mural on display? Maybe if you're able to take a look and eyeball it.
Because this mural is long, right?
Yeah.
He, like, starts at the beginning of the mural and does, like, a 5 by 5 foot illusion, like, as best as he can remember it. But I mean, seeing how he can just see it in front of him, it's, like, near perfect. That part of the mural, and it's just, like, free floating illusion of it. And I assume he could do that again with the other parts.
Okay.
By the time I return, hopefully my memory is good enough.
Okay.
But I'm sure that probably takes us, like...
I think that takes a bit of time, right? I think that Joseton spends a few minutes with each kind of 5 by 5 square as he goes around this quite large room, right? Like, there's probably 100 feet or more of mural here as he, spends his time slowly memorizing each panel, trying to show exactly what was depicted in each one.
Well, it's done as best as I could. That I can remember, hopefully.
And then, if we're able to do that, I'm going to secure the hatch down again. And I think we're going to go to the hatch in the southeastern part of the fort. Because we know where the northern hatch leads. It leads to the treasure room. Or above the treasure room. So I'm going to head to the southeastern part. And then warn everybody that inside this fort, there are still the dead that walk. We fought many of them. They hit our compatriots, paralyzed a few of them. One of them paralyzed me. It was a very surreal feeling. So, whatever we see down here, be careful and be wary.
Okay.
I would be very careful about getting paralyzed underwater as well.
Yes.
So you're talking about this one here?
Yes. We're going to see if we can see anything in there.
You pull open a rusted hatch that leads to an iron stair that leads down into the sunken fort. You see this iron stair lead down about, 25, 35 feet until you find... Oh, hey, look, there's still people on this map. Let's kill them off.
I'm sorry. Rest in peace, Hamanot.
Sorry, Hamanot. You find... Oh, geez. Roll 20. Why are you doing this to me? You find this room over here in the corner, completely submerged in water. I guess that didn't work. You didn't see this. Why?
We are
There we
still
go.
on the...
Alright. You are in the
map.
southeast corner of the map. You see a simple room that is about 30 feet or so down from the iron stair. There's an iron stair that in the bottom corner of this room that is submerged entirely in water.
Right. With our flames, are we able to see these two doors that are here?
I suppose that you could, yes. Yes.
Here and here?
Yes.
And I will describe to everybody that this entire part of the fort lies in the small lake that's the outside. It's entirely submerged in water. We ran into another problem where we got stopped in a room similar to this one because there were dead things that were swimming in the water that we really didn't want to get paralyzed by.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the two doors of... Can I see... Do they open towards me?
They
Can I see the hinges?
open...
I mean, that's going to be a hard thing to see, I know. But I'm trying to get an idea of if I pulled it, would the door come towards me, or would I have to push against water?
You have been opening doors inward, I believe, this entire time. When we last did this, I think all the doors opened this way.
Okay. Alright, so I would then turn to Butcher and say, Butcher, you seem to be the one best equipped to be fighting in the water. Do we wait here on the stair and see if you can maybe pull one of those doors open to get some water to move in, and then you can maybe scout and see what you see? Or do we all want to try to go down together with Nefahito's air bladders?
I can certainly go ahead. I will summon a croc companion for myself. I'll pull one out, and I will send it ahead of me.
Okay.
I will offer to pull a trick I use with a friendly halfling of mine, where I will tie this rope to your waist, and if things go haywire, we can all grab it and try to pull you out of the water to safety. But that's your choice. It will hinder you being able to move beyond 50 feet.
I think I should be fine.
Okay.
I will go down. I will grant myself the ability to cast Thorn Whip, and I will try to Thorn Whip the door open as I am behind my crocodile.
All right. You pull this door open to the west, and you reveal a large room to here. That is entirely submerged. This entire area is entirely submerged by water. And inside of this room, there is what part of the fort? Oh, this is part of the fort that I just didn't bother making anything for. Okay. This is a room in the fort that has crumbled to stone and has been entirely submerged in water. It seems that this part of the fort has been underwater for a long, long time, as the stone and the wood around this part has rotted and been grown over with seaweed and other nasty bits.
All right, I will go over to the other door in this room,
Mm-hmm.
and I will perform the same maneuver.
All
I'll
right.
wave at him really quick as he's going. Am I able to get his attention before he goes?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and when you pop your head out of the water, I'll be like, be careful going into rooms. There was another room in here that had some horrible, awful mold in it. And when we walked through it, disturbed it, and it made me horribly sick. I had to use one of those healing salves to prevent myself from being horribly disabled. So be careful walking into places. Look out for mold or things growing on the wall before you go.
All right, thanks for the heads up.
All right. You reveal these rooms as you go this direction. You find a kind of essentially hallway of rooms. These all appear to be, or at least these three here that you have opened up in a row up to the north, are the these are all the like barrackses. This is where the people of the fort slept. There are clearly like places where beds and other things were once, though they have rotted and fallen away for some time. It is in complete disrepair, but this seems to be where the creatures slept, and the doors leading out of this room all hang open until they hook back around to the room in the kind of northwest corner away from where the treasure room lay. And that is where the iron stair leads up into the previous corner of the sunken fort. These rooms themselves are devoid of any of the nasty ghouls or other treasures inside of them.
All right. I will move on to this door over here.
Okay, you reveal the final room of the... I believe you reveal the final room of the fort. This is like a small... Oops. This is like a small, like living area. This is not where the people lived or slept, but this is like either like a small kitchen or some kind of common room. There's clearly places that there was shelves or holdings of some kind in here that are built into the walls. It is entirely submerged, as the rest of this kind of corner of the fort is as well, and you can see like a big slime has grown and covered the walls here. Each kind of surface that you can see has a like green blue mold, almost like slime, just plastered all over this room. You can ignore the like insertion here. There are no stairs leading further down. They do not exist. Neither does this door.
All right, I will step back up and tell them about this slimy mold that's down there. Do you know anything about that? Do you think it's well? You told me about some mold. Was it a different color?
Does that match the description of the mold I saw in the other part of the...
No, the mold in the other room was yellow, I believe.
I think that's...
Let me see. Yeah, no, never mind. You found a bright green mold-like fungus that clung to the other room. This is a bluish slime.
Might I run a check on it? Can
Absolutely.
I do identify?
Yeah.
Let's see here.
As he goes in and swims under the water, because this is still all submerged, correct?
It is, yes.
I'll warn him not to go in the room. Observe, but don't touch.
Gotcha.
All right. You swim down into the like kind of doorway that Butcher and his crocodile are near, and give the room a good once over, looking at the slime. Go ahead and give me an herbalism wisdom check as you attempt to identify this substance. You give it a once over, and you are quite certain that you have not run into this kind of vibrant blue slime before.
I swim back and I let them know. I'm like, sorry guys, I'm pretty sure I haven't seen this before. This particular thing is new to me. I don't think I've smoked it. I don't think I've had anybody else mix it with anything, you know? Like, unlike everything else.
I will say after all this discovery, I'll be like, well, it doesn't look like there's anything else here or anything of value. There was no way out of that room with the bluish slime, correct?
Correct.
Not that I could see.
I think we can chalk this one off as done.
Wasn't there the other room that had the 2 more Walking Dead in it that was submerged on the other side?
Well, there might have been another way. We can work our way around and see if we can drag them in where we can all do something, if you'd like.
You said you wanted to clear this place out.
You're right, I did.
Could I collect a sample, small, like a little slime sample, without endangering myself?
I think that in order to collect a sample, you're going to have to walk in, or you're going to have to swim into the room with the slime. Whether or not you feel like that endangers yourself is your call.
Yes, I get you. I'd rather not. You know,
Okay.
It's,
I think that's fair.
I think we climb back up the stairs.
Okay.
We go down through the main entrance.
Mm-hmm.
And then make our way over to this area over here.
Absolutely. This door remains open from the last time that you had it. Water has spilled out into this room and, covered some portion of it, leaving this one still entirely underwater. You guys probably stand waist deep or higher maybe at some points in the water here, but it is not enough to have entirely submerged this main room that you walk into.
I will warn Butcher that Puck saw 2 of the creatures here waiting, and I will take a second to test this new produce flame ability that Butcher has granted us, and I will throw one into the water down in this area. As soon as it hits the water, does it dissipate or does it fly through all the way?
The water, I think, makes the flame dissipate. I think the flame peters out as if it has been extinguished by the water as soon as it gets underneath it, or all the oxygen is taken away from the flame.
Sure. That's kind of what I expected, but I figured I would test it out anyway.
You
And I'll
should
say,
be able
well,
to use a thorn whip anyway.
Okay. And then I'll say to Butcher, how do you want to go about this? You seem to be able to move freely under the water, but the rest of us are a bit hampered. I don't want to get hit by those things that are here. What are your thoughts?
I understand. Well, I think I can maybe swim in, see, I don't know, did you guys sneak in when you were here last time? Did they just not respond as you opened the door? How did that work?
Puck swam his way over and looked in, saw him there. I believe his exact description was nope, 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 and then he swam his way back. And they never moved or chased him.
Well, perhaps I can, maybe they'll attack if we enter the room? I don't know. If not, I might be able to attack them with a longbow from outside the room and rush back to you guys.
I'm not sure how well a longbow would go through water.
Not well, but it will go.
we have a way? I mean, I guess I can move into this room a little bit and test it. Can I draw back my longbow and get any kind of shot? I'll waste an arrow to test it.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get any kind of shot through water that I'm underneath?
In AD&D, you have to use a crossbow to get propulsion through the water. I don't know if such a thing exists in 5e.
In 5e, you have disadvantage on ranged weapons.
That
other than
makes
crossbow
sense.
And spears, basically.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. So I guess what you find is that like the bow shot isn't as strong or as accurate as you would like, but is still able to go through the water.
Okay, then I say we let Butcher and his crocodile move forward. Everybody who wants to come in and join in the fun, get ready to hold your breath for a little bit. And what do you think, Butcher? Do you want to try to bring him back out to us, or do you want us to come down there and fight with you?
We're going to do much better if we can bring them at least out into this other room here, right? So I'm going to try to do that and see what happens.
All right, then Murdoch will take this spot right by the stairs and take aim through the door, and I think I'll ready a shot to fire at any undead creature that I see coming my way.
All right, you prepare yourself to take a shot as Butcher begins swimming his way with his crocodile friend.
That's mirror image.
All right, mirror image is prepared. The door remains like partially opened, I think, as before. And as you swim up to the edge of it, you can see two of these corpses that are clad in furs and have these large, almost club-like sticks at their waists that have been embedded with what appear to be teeth up and down it, as if like spikes. They are oversized for a man standing taller than your average by a good foot, maybe even 18 inches. And they kind of look up as you approach this doorway.
Butcher looks down at the cloak that's allowing him to breathe underwater. Does it seem to be about the right length to fit one of these creatures?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Interesting. The crocodile will either push or pull the door the rest of the way open.
All right, excellent. So it does. And you see these two creatures raise their clubs as they watch the crocodile and you.
They're just sitting there watching?
Yep.
The crocodile will step very gingerly into the room, or swim, I guess.
Okay. As he crosses the threshold into the room, the corpse-like creatures stir and begin making their way forward towards the crocodile. I suppose you're trying to let them advance and make their attacks?
Yeah, they can take first initiative here. That's fine.
Okay, then that is what they do. They begin to cross this floor underneath the water, striding across it as if they were walking, slowed by the onslaught of the water. They come up to the crocodile, where they will make their attacks. Each of these will be made at +5.
Are they able to attack normally under the water?
They can, yes.
Okay.
So a 17 will definitely hit your croc. I have to pull up my damage.
Croc AC is 12, so I think the second one misses.
The second one will definitely miss, yeah. This thing will do 2d6 plus 2, I believe. There we go. It does 5 points of damage to your crocodile, and please make me a DC 12 Constitution saving throw. Excellent. The crocodile shakes off the poison from the club as these teeth-like stubs on the club tear into the croc's flesh. The poison flows through, but the croc remains unaffected. What do you do?
Well, the
plan?
croc's going to try to bite one.
Excellent.
Oof.
The crocodile will miss its first attack.
And Butcher will keep his distance and shoot a longbow shot at one of them. At
Okay.
disadvantage.
Absolutely. The 12, though, will hit their AC. For 8 points of piercing damage. Okay, excellent. The creatures continue their clubbing attacks, striking at the crocodile with a 13 and a 10.
13 hits.
13 hits. They will do an additional 8 points of damage to your crocodile. Please make that same Constitution save. All
Nope,
right,
paralyzed.
your crocodile is paralyzed by.
Technically, that second attack should probably be at advantage then.
Okay, I'm down to give it another advantage. Second attack. Still misses with advantage. But your crocodile, you see, seize up in the water. It be like sinks down from where it was swimming. Its body rigid as the paralyzation poison sinks through its veins.
All right, I'll take another bow shot at one of these guys.
All
I think
right.
at this point, Murdoch is flying around everywhere. Who's got my token?
I don't know.
Apologies.
Alright. I think at this point, if I see Butcher just firing away, I would like to try to get down in the water to get an angle and take a shot. So
Okay.
can I go after him maybe?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All right, make another longbow shot at disadvantage.
That'll hit. For 6 points of damage. Absolutely. That is enough to bloody this creature.
Does the croc get a save?
Sure.
Nope,
It is still paralyzed. All right. The croc. Will get hit for a 20. For an additional.
Come in and...
Oh yeah, you were gonna go after. Go. Anyone who's going, go.
Alright, I'm gonna move 5'10" into the water. I'm sure is swim speed, so it's gonna be half speed for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's 20, 30, and can I get an angle from here?
I think you can definitely shoot at this guy down here. Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot at that guy. I'm gonna take my shot at disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
With a
13. That'll hit.
The croc is incapacitated at this point,
It
correct? So I
is.
do not get sneak attack.
Correct.
Well, I will hit it for 8 points of damage. And then I will
Bracers of
bonus
archery,
action.
right?
Yes, bracers of archery.
8 and 6 and 8 is enough to slay this creature. It dies.
Wonderful. And then holding my breath, I will dash.
Okay.
And I will move with my bonus action. And then move another 15 feet back to here.
Perfect. Just on Nefahito, you guys moving?
Yeah, I just wanted to move 10, then another 10. Another, I want to see him. If I do move here, holding my breath, going underwater,
I think
and using
you gotta go here, because you don't have a swim speed, right? So you have... It's essentially difficult terrain when you're swimming.
yeah, it would be like normally I have 30,
Mhm.
and if I do this here,
So you go
do
5, 10...
10 to water, then another 10 inside.
Oh yeah, I guess that
30.
that makes sense. Yeah. No, you're right. That's you're
Okay.
good.
So I have to calculate it moving back and forth. 10. Another 10 here. Okay.
Yep,
good.
that works. That makes sense.
Just to make sure. And I would like to use my Thorn Whip.
Okay.
That been have no.
That probably has verbal components in your underwater.
Oh, you're right. Okay,
Let us double check
And-
Thorn Whip here.
definitely has verbal components.
Definitely
actually.
has verbal components. That it does. Yep, verbal, somatic, material, the whole kit and caboodle.
So I just kind of, kind of eye them down, looking very, very, like, what? Come at me. But I say nothing. I say nothing or do nothing.
All right,
When
excellent.
Behind you, you'll hear Murdoch go. "Brr, brr, brr."
Yostan, you wanted to do anything?
Not yet.
Cool.
He's just gonna stand up here.
All right. Well, one of the creatures is dead, but the other one swings with a 20, hitting the croc for another 8 points of damage.
Slaying it.
Slaying the crocodile. Excellent. It dies. Then it will step up into this doorway with its mighty stick. It doesn't really want to step out, but I guess it will. Let's get going. There we go. That's its full movement. Excellent. Party. What do you do?
If I can breathe underwater, can I use verbal components underwater?
I want to say no. I feel like... I don't know, I guess so. You can breathe. Yeah, F it. Sure. Verbal component away. You have a Cloak of the Manta Ray, right? Go
Yep.
nuts.
All right, I will use. Let's see. I'm gonna step down this way, and I'm going to attempt to Thorn Whip this thing forward so Joseph gets a clear view of it.
All right. The 8,
Let me just.
right, will not
Yeah,
hit.
yeah.
Yes.
All right, I will.
Well,
Go ahead, Justin.
I can go.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can see it now, I will cast Thorn Whip, and I'll just roll. And this goes off of Wisdom, right?
Yep.
It does go off of your wisdom.
Good thing I rolled a +1.
The
And this is
9. You do not hit it.
I will spend 2 sorcery points to quicken spell
Nice.
and do it again. Dual Thorn Whips, hitting it.
Give me a roll at disadvantage as the Thorn Whip is going through the underwater.
You are right. No.
You don't manage to hit it, but you Thorn Whip that water. Water comes splashing everywhere. But your whips do not strike the creature.
I end my turn there.
Any other party actions?
Uh,
Go ahead,
would it-
Nefito, and then I'll go.
Can I attack with my quarterstaff underwater? Is this
Yep.
okay? So that I do. I step forward or swim forward
Mm-hmm.
and attack. And is it disadvantage? It's underwater, so it'd be.
You should probably be at disadvantage unless you have a thrusting weapon. However, I got to imagine you can thrust with a quarterstaff.
All right, cool. Normal then, and let's see if that works.
That 14 will hit.
And we will 4 points.
It takes 4 points of bludgeoning damage. Very nice.
And with that, I back up as much as I can.
Okay. It will take an attack of opportunity at you as you back away.
And I will back up.
The 9 will
is
not
it?
hit your AC, I bet.
Is there any way I could get my shot off while he was next to
Sure.
the ghoul?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, all right. Because that's kind of what I was waiting for in the first place.
Mhm.
This will still be a shot at disadvantage. But a
The 17 will
probably
hit, yeah.
connects.
Good
And
job.
I will roll in with sneak attack. That gives me 16 points of damage on that one.
That it does. Bloodying the creature in front of you as it is occupied taking its mighty swing at Neferhito. Your longbow shot snaps it right in the head, and it looks up to you in pain as its like ichor seeps into the water around it, bubbling up. and clouding the surface.
I'll
Very
slide
nice.
back another 20 feet away from it.
Excellent. With that, the creature steps forward. It can reach either one of Nefahito or Butcher. It chooses Butcher. It steps up here, and it raises its mighty club and brings it clashing down with a 16 to hit you.
Misses.
And it misses, and that is its turn.
I will fire back. I will pull out my great axe, and by the rules of 5e, because I have a swimming speed, I think I don't get disadvantage.
Correct.
All right, so I will go ahead and use Great Weapon Master.
Excellent.
19.
19. Perfect. I was going to say, I don't think you have advantage, though. 19 does hit. Go ahead and give me a roll.
24 damage.
Oh my god! You decapitate yet another enemy. Your axe spilling a tremendous amount of blood, finishing off the creature in front of you. And in so doing, you have cleared every single room in the sunken fort. I can reveal this last area here. This does not have a door here. This is just a room, and inside of it you find a similar room to the treasure room that you saw with the roper. However, this has more mundane items. You see some small weapons, some small trinkets, some kind of rusted and old pieces like caskets, ales, wines. As you sort through it, I want Josutan to roll me D400.
Oh.
You find 123 gold pieces worth of wealth stashed away in this room. Excellent. I want... Butcher, I want you to roll me D25. Excellent. You find a trident in this room. It glows of silver and is inlaid with a motif of a shark upon its haft.
All right.
Start waving my my magic wandy thing at it.
Ooh, you detect magic. It is indeed magical. Nefahito, please give me a D16 as you wave your magic wand around.
Ooh, more loot.
All right, you wave your magic wand, and while you notice the trident is indeed magical, you find a cask of strange kind of clay pots, and the liquid that sloshes inside the clay pots is indeed radiating magic to you. And you rolled a 7, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Do you get a school of magic on that?
Yes, indeed you will. This is a school of... This is either a school of enchantment or transmutation, and I don't know which. Hold on. I think this is enchantment. You get a school of enchantment upon both the trident and the cask of potions.
How many of those potions are there?
There are 3.
Right, well, Murdoch definitely swims out of the water at this point.
All right. Excellent.
Big gasping breath, and walks over and slaps Nefahito on the shoulder and be like, man, buddy, you're quite brave. Despite all the warnings, you ran right up in their face. Stones,
Well, you
man.
know, you say, what, man? You know, like, what are you gonna do? And I kind of like do that to them. That's how you have to show them, you know, like, hey, and you know,
Fair enough. And with the fort cleared, I think we gather our stuff and go topside.
All right. You
If
gather up
anybody
your
has any
stuff
objections.
and you head topside, having cleared out every little square inch of the sunken fort. And with that, we've been playing for about 2 hours, so I think now it makes a perfect time to take a break, and we will come back with the conclusion of your expedition on the other side. I will see you all soon. Back live. And welcome back to second half of session 26. I don't know, something like that. The party is just done clearing up the sunken fort and now find themselves back topside as they contemplate what was going to happen next. So, after finding some treasure in the last remaining rooms of the sunken fort, what is the plan?
Nefihito, you have a lot of experience drinking and smoking random things. Do you have any idea what these potions might be?
Oh, that's a good question. Perhaps I should see if I can identify them. Is there...
I believe in 5e you are allowed to just quaff a small amount of the potion and give it a taste to identify it. I find 5e's identification to be a little lackluster, but nonetheless, you identify these as 3 potions of Hill Giant Strength.
Hill Giant Strength, wow.
Yes.
I think we know who should hang on to those.
One of you weaklings, right?
I want one if you don't.
Hill Giant Strength is actually more than your 20 strength. By 1.
It is barely. not enough to be meaningful.
Right.
I guess it lets me carry more, so it does something.
Oh, any of you guys like tackling, like hand-to-hand combat or anything like that, or swinging your big swords or what have you? Make sure to take 1 or 2. Like who knows what we might fight.
I'm not sure. After your display of strength hitting that thing with the quarterstaff, I think maybe you should hold on to one, just in case.
All right, I keep 1. I hand the other 2 to whoever wants them.
I mean, if Butcher's not going to take one, then I will definitely take one.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody but Butcher can take one for now.
Absolutely. So, armed with your potions of Hill Giant Strength, your new harpoon, and some wealth, what do?
Well, we finished the first leg of our journey.
So the question is whether we want to take a rest to see what this trident might be helpful with what we have going forward.
We could.
I'll look over at your crocodile and I'll say, well, if we can, do we want to do something while you still have that?
No, it's dead. It's dead. It died.
Oh, that's right. It died. Well, then in that case, I don't see any reason why we don't take a quick rest. I mean, I guess I look over and the crocodile's not there and I get really confused for a minute.
All right. Do you want to spend 10 minutes to take a short rest and heal up that way, or are you intent on taking like an 8-hour night in the swamp here?
What do we need to do to attune to the item?
I believe it's a long rest per the rules, right? To attune magic items attunement. Let me double check the rules really quick. Oh no, you must spend an entire short rest concentrating. All right, that's exactly what you do. All right, you spend 10 minutes eating some small rations, binding whatever small wounds you might have had, just getting your breath, and one of you spends 10 minutes just concentrating with the silvered trident, and you find it to be a +1 trident of returning. When you throw this trident, you may speak a command word as a bonus action, and it will return to your hand as long as you can see it, and it is within 60 feet of you.
That was an action to make it return?
A bonus action.
Bonus action. Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
It's pretty good.
Yes.
Fascinating.
That is fascinating.
Do you guys mind if I hold on to that for the time being?
I think you should hold on to it. My snabby arms would not be very good at throwing that thing. I stick to
Have
small
at it.
stuff. I flip a couple of daggers up in the air and catch them again.
Nice.
Well, I will put down my bow and quiver then for now.
Excellent.
I can't manage all that weight. Too heavy.
Too heavy even for the mighty butcher.
Actually, how much does a trident weigh?
Let me find the weight. I just closed my notes
Yeah,
on the
I just
trident.
It weighs 4 pounds.
Perfect. I believe you.
I literally had a trident up exactly the same as you, like 2 seconds earlier.
Nice.
And I had to open it again.
Yep. It weighs 4 pounds.
Right. While we're resting
Yes.
and figuring out this trident, I will be sitting off the edge of the dock looking out and try to describe to everybody. Well, when Puck swam under the water the last time that we were here, he said that some 100-some feet down, he saw a shipwreck underneath the lake, and I'll just kind of point out in the general area there. Said that there were crocodiles swimming around it. There's weird, large creatures with tusks under the water that seem to be sleeping and inert at the moment, but, well, anything with big tusks that swims under the water is probably dangerous. He also said that if he tried to swim down all the way to it, that he didn't think he thought he'd have trouble making it all the way back up again before he ran out of breath. So my idea is that I use my pendant, and I'll hold up my pendant with a crocodile inside of it, to transform into a crocodile. And then Butcher maybe summons one more of his crocodiles, and the 3 of us go down there and scout it out. See what we find, see what's there, see if anything starts chasing us. If it does, maybe try to get back to the surface. And if we can get down there safely, we'll see what we can find. Maybe we can get whatever's down there without pulling the 2 of you into this fight. Anybody else have any thoughts?
Makes
Me
perfect
and-
sense to me.
Nefahito can, and he, like, just points at the nearby tower, like, closest to the lake of swamp water. We can hang out up there while you're down there, pointing down to the swamp.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but yo, what if you guys are in trouble? You need your backups, you know? He kind of like points to himself and, you know, you need help. You know, we can back you up. We can be helpful.
Go ahead and get your
I don't want to drown.
air bong ready, or air bladder, or whatever it is that you have.
Oh yeah, I've got quite a few of them. Huh?
Yeah.
Few, you know,
Well,
it'd be difficult to swim with them on. That's strapped, all of them strapped. But you know, I think I could just, you know, it takes another with the water bong, I suppose.
is it one of those things where if I had it on me before I transformed into a crocodile, would it still be there if I transformed out?
In 5e, when you polymorph, your gear and equipment fuses into your shape and form. So you wouldn't, like, have additional gear. It would just, your form would be that of a crocodile.
Then I will definitely ask him for one of those air bladders in case for some reason I get transformed out of a crocodile 120 feet under the water.
Intelligent.
Yeah, I'll stick one of those in my pack.
There you go.
All right, I will take off my backpack because I don't want that getting waterlogged. I assume I did that before the other places.
Sure,
with all
that
the
seems
water.
very fair. Yep.
How much do those
I'll
air
bring
bladders weigh?
I'll bring the
Uh,
backpack up to the top of the tower in case.
We'll call it
something-
1 pound. It's just like a big sheep's bladder that's been filled with just ambient air. I'm sorry, Josephine. My brain got somebody asked a question with a number and it just overrode all of my mental capacity. What were you saying?
I'll ask Butcher if it's alright if I bring the backpack up to the top in case something like comes at us, and if I see you like swim up, like I'll like bring the backpack down.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We can worry about it after we get out of harm's way, or I can pick it up at that point. I guess, yeah, it'd be good if you brought it down towards me, if you can. Or hold on to it, something. If you've got the weight to hold on to, yeah, like, if you've got 25 or 30 extra pounds that you can carry, then...
I'll be encumbered, but
Easily.
that's alright.
Okay.
Awesome. So,
All right.
the duo of Yosutan and Nefahito decide to climb up top to the kind of watchtower on the sunken fort, either here or here, and begin watching as Butcher dons the cloak of the manta ray, summons a crocodile, and Murdoch himself transforms into a crocodile to begin their swim down underneath the swamp water beyond this broken dock to the southwest. You swim down and you find that even though this is not the largest kind of body of water you've ever seen in terms of length and width, it is incredibly deep. And you can swim down a number of feet, and as you look out, sure enough, about 120 feet away from the edge of the sunken fort, you find the silhouette of a large pirate ship. And Greg will attempt to move his map. Huzzah! The two of you with your crocodile companion begin swimming forward out into the swamp, and you see where this ship has been ground into the rocks below, some 120 feet away from you. The swim up to it is full of just kind of like random seaweeds and fish and other creatures of the swamp, but as you get close, you see what appear to be almost large shark-like creatures with fins and appendages that have been like detailed on you. As you approach, you see like almost tattoos upon them, and they grow unnatural looking tusks from the top of their heads. They are quite large size, and they seem to be sleeping in the rocks nearby the shipwreck to the northeast. But you do not see anything else in this like same vicinity of the shipwreck itself.
So Butcher would try to like put a finger to his lips to like towards the croc that is Murdoch, and
quiet
try to
croc
go in as quietly as possible towards the opposite side of the where these creatures are.
Alrighty, absolutely. You begin swimming up from the like kind of southwest corner of this shipwreck. Here, let me put some tokens, maybe. Here's 2 crocs and a butcher. You approach from the southwest down here. As you approach, I'm going to just use the giant shark token. These, imagine them with horns and like tattoos on their fins as they sleep in the rocks around you to the northeast. Excellent. You approach, trying to be as stealthily as you can. These creatures seem to be just kind of basking in the rocks to the northeast, and are quite happy to let you just kind of swim up quietly to the southwest. You do not seem to disturb them as you approach.
All right. I will approach. It looks like there's a door here.
Sure enough, yeah, you approach the side of the shipwreck. It is old and rotting, and there are cracks and like broken sides to the ship. You can see inside of the hull itself. As you approach to this point underneath, you startle upon 4 creatures. They appear to be humanoid in shape, but are green-skinned and scaly. Their body has small fins attached to their arms and legs, and a tail grows from behind them. Their faces turn towards you as they were not expecting you, and their eyes look something like this guy. Whop. The 4 of them are surprised as you swim up, as I believe you are, and they immediately reach for their own weapons, and I believe it is time to roll for some initiative. Excellent. Perfect. Everybody is actually in initiative. I forget that Crocodile is is Murdoch. That's Tui. So, Butcher, you are the first to react as you peek inside this, like, broken ship and you see these strange creatures. What do you do?
As I see them reach for their weapons, I guess I'll respond with my own.
All right.
And I will take a great weapon shot at this guy. Yeah, no, that's just gonna miss.
No, you swing your mighty axe, but these creatures swim, kind of dodging away, imposing their own weapons between you and the axe, not allowing it to take.
Then I'm going to action surge.
Okay.
Not second wind, action surge, and do it again.
All right, absolutely. You swing again, this time with a 14. You strike them without their armor prepared, and deal a nasty blow across their chest.
Yeah, I will use a menacing attack, attempting to frighten it.
Excellent. They will make a wisdom saving throw, and you deal...
They survive 33.
33 damage.
Holy shit. You deal 26 plus 7 is 33. Yeah, no, it's just dead. This thing dies. You bring your axe down a second time. You cleave it from, like, face to tail, cutting it in half. It falls down and flops like a dead fish on the floor in front of you.
With the one immediately in front of me dead, I will step back a little bit out here where I can't be seen by them from inside the ship.
All right, excellent. Well done. With that, does your crocodile take an action?
Which of these crocs is you, Murdoch?
This is me.
All right, so my croc will go ahead and swim up next to me, but other than that, take no action. All right, yes, dodge.
All right, I gave Murcroc a little ninja.
Nice.
I love the Murcroc, by the way. Yeah. All right, with that, you see 2 creatures swim out whoosh, from the doorway. They look and they spot, and they will swim up to attack. They seem to have pretty free motion as they swim with their tails. They are now holding their weapons, which are big spears with a hook towards the back of the spear tip, and they race forward towards Butcher, as he was the closest to them. Both of them will make attacks. The first with their spear. They make 2 attacks, right? Yes, one with their spear. With a 6, and then it follows it up with the bite of their fishy faces, lunging forward at the back end of their spear towards you. Missing both attacks with the first one. The second one comes rushing forward with an 11. That's also not going to get it done. And a bite for an 18. Will that hit you?
Yeah.
All right. The final fish creature bites down upon you for 4 piercing damage. As your blood hits the water around them, you see their eyes go into a frenzy as they can just smell the blood around them. From inside the ship, you see a third creature emerge. This one holds his spear, but also a strange horn in his hands, almost shaped from the kind of protrusions you see out of these shark-like creatures. And he places the horn to his lips and blows something through it, and you don't hear a sound through the water as much as you feel like a pulse bush through the water as it like wraps through you. You see the shapes of these creatures begin to stir as they awaken from their slumber and begin to swim up in the water. We will roll them into initiative for the next turn. All right, excellent. With that done, Murkroc, what do you do?
Murkroc is going to... Well, he can't say anything because he's a croc. He's going to go here. He's going to take a bite at this one that's right on top of Butcher.
Absolutely.
These two have to get cleared if we're going to do anything. And
Oh, you bite, but this creature imposes its spear between your jaws, preventing you from getting access to it.
Then I'll shake my tail a little bit, look up with my mouth, and then that's as far as I go with my turn.
All right, excellent. With that, let us put this back in order. Butcher, it's the top of the round. What do you do?
Well, the croc will attempt to bite this guy who is now up next to it.
Mm-hmm.
Failing.
The 10, yes, the 10 will not hit it. Sorry, I was moving the initiative tracker. Yes, the 10 bites empty water as the fish is too nimble for your croc to strike it.
And Butcher will swing at another one of these guys here
Absolutely. That will definitely hit.
with another menacing attack.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want him to come after me if at all possible.
Oh my
for
god,
32.
32 points of damage. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he thinks about your menacing abilities. You slaughter him with your axe, once again just chopping him in twain, unable to withstand the might of Butcher.
And then I will swim 50 feet upward, provoking an opportunity attack.
Absolutely. And you will see that when blood is in the water, aka you are missing any number of hit points, these fish creatures attack in a rage, giving them advantage. But he's still unable to strike your AC as you swim away from him. His blind rage, making him like thrust in a direction that you were not.
That's the end of my turn.
All right. I did not see you swim 50 feet away, though.
Upward.
He's going straight.
Oh, you're trying to swim in 3 dimensions. Fine. Alright, it is the fish creature's turn. The fish creatures, I guess they will swim 50 feet up to match your direction. And I suppose, Murkroc, that provides you with an attack of opportunity against it.
I will absolutely take that. But I don't think I
Oh,
hit
but
it.
you do not get it. This creature swims up to Butcher, and it will make its attacks at you. The first with its mighty spear, with a 7. Man, having advantage doesn't do much for these creatures, does it? And a 16, will that get you?
Just a miss.
Just a miss. All right. The creature tries to spear and bite at you, but it cannot. This one that just blew on the horn and caused the pulse in the water will rush forward towards the Murkroc, and it will attack you with its 2 attacks. I'm going to just give a little mark here to indicate these are at a higher elevation so I don't forget. And it will swing first with its mighty spear for a 7, unable to plunge it deep into the croc. And it will also take a bite at the croc with a 7 as well. It does not appear that it can hurt you. And with that, that is all of the fish people's turns. So you've murdered 2 of them.
All right.
Murkroc, what do you do?
I'm going to swim upward as well. I'm going to follow Butcher towards this other creature. I have 60 feet of movement, so I imagine I will, with a dash, so I imagine I will get right up, maybe a little bit behind him, putting Butcher between me and the creature.
Okay, so you do. You swim up, putting yourself between Butcher and this creature attacking him.
Other way around.
Other way around.
I'm body blocking for the croc.
You are body blocking for the croc. Excellent. All right. You are higher than the creature.
Just to get a reference point, you said this is about 125 feet down to the bottom of this.
It's about 120 feet away from the fort. It's probably, I don't know how deep it is. It's supposed to be pretty deep. We'll call it 100 feet deep.
Okay, so we're halfway back up to the surface then at this point.
You are, yes. Yes, you are.
Yep, okay.
Okay.
That is my turn.
Excellent. That is your turn. The giant shark-like creatures with tattoos upon their fins and these big protruding horns rise up from their sleep, and they begin swimming forward. They have a 50-foot swim speed, so they will go to you, and then they don't have anything to do once they're here. And so I guess they will swim 50 feet up. Cha. And then this one will swim 50 feet. And then another 50 feet, or at least another bit of its distance. And we'll get right up next to old crocodile over here. And this one will also make this same swim. All right. I guess it can move up to the crocodile as well. We'll put it here. Huzzah! Like that. That kind of works. Alright, but that is their turn. Butcher! You have swum up 50 feet towards the surface. These creatures are following you up with their long horns. One of the fish people is there. What do?
Alright, Butcher will... See, so one of these big creatures is here. So how do I want to do this? First, I'm going to figure out what I did with my character sheet. Let's see. So I think what I'll do is, yeah, I'm going to make a, you know what? No, I'm just going to I'm going to disengage and go up.
All right.
And I should hit the surface.
You hit the surface of the water, some 120 feet away from the edge of the swamp. Excellent. I guess that's
what does your croc do?
Yeah, what does your croc do?
Croc is going to go bite one of these sharks that it's fighting. It's not going to win the fight, but it is going to do its best.
Please roll to hit. 13 is going to hit the giant shark thing. For 8 points of damage. Unfortunately, I don't believe it can grapple this creature with its size. But it will do 8 points of damage to it as you see blood flying up and surrounding the creatures in the water. Excellent. And with that, it is the fish creature's turn. The fish creature is at the same level as the mercroc, and it is going to make an attack at you. The mercroc has been hit or not?
I have not been touched.
You have not been touched. That is what I thought. It continues to swing at you, first with its spear, the 16?
That'll hit.
All right. Dealing 3 points of damage to you. And now that you are not at full HP, it gets to bite with advantage. Going into a frenzy with a 19, dealing an additional 2 points of damage to your croc form. This creature here sees people escaping and is going to use its turn to swim forward. How much swim speed does it get? It gets 40-foot swim speed, so it cannot make 50 feet in one go, nor can it make 100 feet in one go, so it will raise itself up to your level with a dash. Excellent.
To my level or to...
To Murkroc's level.
Okay.
That is their turns? No, this one attacked, this one swam up to you, that is their turns. Murkroc, you have 2 of these fish creatures swimming up towards you, what do you do?
My ability as a fighter to second wind, can I do that as a croc, or is that something I can only do when I'm...
Let's give you the ability to do that as a croc, why not? I think that's hilarious.
I think that's fun. So
Yes.
I'm going to bonus action second wind, which is I get to roll a d10 plus my fighter level, which is 1.
Mm-hmm.
I
For
regain
4.
just enough hit points to still give them advantage.
Ha
And then I will disengage and try to join Butcher on the surface.
Right,
Swimming
because
as
you're a thief.
close as well, I think I swim as fast as Butcher does as a croc, though.
No, you don't.
I don't. Never mind. Then I will disengage and move as close to the surface as possible, and I will move as close to the shore as possible, trying to get away from everything.
Okay. So
I
you
believe
do...
I believe that leaves me bloodied in the water, but it leaves a crocodile between us and everything else.
Alright. Good. With that, it is Giant Shark's turn. These giant sharks, I'm just going to take out of the battle. They murder your crocodile. They spend their time murdering that. This guy's dead, he's out of the battle. This guy's dead, he's out of the battle. This shark has 50 foot of movement speed. What are you swimming at, Mr. Crocodile? You are swimming at
I have
30 feet.
from speed.
So if you move 60 feet, it can't reach you. All right. None of these things can effectively reach either of you if you're swimming at 50 speed and attacking. So, are you intent on just swimming all the way back to shore and leaving these things behind?
Yeah, I think so.
I
Okay.
think we will, unless all the sharks. If the sharks leave and they keep chasing us, then we might change. I would change what I was doing. But if the sharks are still coming, I'm still running.
I think the shark tries to chase you at least for a while until it becomes clear that until everybody breaks off. I think when if the shark leaves, I think the fish people leave at the same time. You effectively outspeed these enough that they can't hurt you, and as you get to the shallower parts of the water, you're swimming away from these creatures. You will eventually make it to a point where they turn around and return towards the ship, leaving you to swim back towards shore, and eventually you will find yourselves outside of the sunken fort.
That was a quick journey you had. What happened?
Sharks!
Yelling over.
Sharks!
Yep.
Sharks? Here?
Sharks!
And
Why would
Sharks
there
in
be
the water.
sharks?
There were 3 sharks.
Murdoch will go. Rawr! Still crocodile.
Still a crocodile.
There were a couple of fish people down there. Well, there's a couple left. There were 4 when we got there. They called some large tattooed sharks.
Oh yeah, these tough sharks. I see them. They tattoo themselves, thinking they're all tough and everything like that. I bet they don't even lift. Do they lift, bro? No, bet not.
Yeah, they couldn't even make it up to the surface. Jeez.
I think seeing that nothing is pursuing us, Murdoch's gonna go out of crocodile form, and then
Perfect.
kind of like shaking the water off, be like, "Well, that sucked." Those big sharks looked a little dangerous. What's your thoughts, Butcher?
They did look dangerous. We might be able to take them. I have a question. Do you think a croc can drink a potion? I want a hill giant strength croc, okay?
Well, they probably
Imagine-
couldn't use their arms, but if they're fed a potion, like kind of like, you know,
Imagine if we do this, we try this again tomorrow, I could drink a potion and then turn into a croc. And then I would probably still have that strength. I don't know. I don't know the limits of this item. Been played around with it enough.
If both of you want to fight a bunch of sharks, go ahead. Can't stop you, I suppose.
No, either way, I can't do this again until tomorrow. If we decide. So we're probably bunkering down here for the night. Do you want to sleep up on the surface where we can see stuff coming, or do you want to go inside the fort? Might be a little more secure inside the fort, but I don't know if we could... I don't know. Sleeping inside the fort might not be a bad idea. Obviously nothing came in there, took residence since the last time I left, and that's been over a month. Might be
Yeah.
safer inside. We
I
can
like that idea.
take our pack animals through the door, and then gently get them down those steps, and then guard that front entrance.
All right. You do exactly that. And I would roll for encounters, but nothing is going down inside the fort to get you. So you can spend the rest of your day and your evening inside the fort. You got here kind of late in the morning, maybe towards noon. You spent some time investigating the fort. You had a quick swim down to the ship. You probably still have at least an afternoon and an evening to, waste away. Do you do anything with that time? What is it like as you hang out in this fort for a day?
I imagine we would spend some time foraging around, trying to get, our actual foraging rolls at the end of the day, since we only spent a very short time.
Okay.
Murdoch will definitely check the water containers that the lizardmen used to keep here. Is there still fresh water in the fort?
Oh, you mean like outside the fort? Yes, in fact. They seem to collect rainwater, and for whatever reason here inside the fort, the lizard folk have set up some nice barrels that have collected just enough. There seems to be water inside of them for you all to drink.
I can scout around the immediate area, if that's fine with all of you.
I was gonna say I kind of want to do the same. I want to look around for any like herbs or any special things that I could make with it, or.
All right.
Sounds good. Do
So
your thing, Batman.
you begin scouting around the local area looking for herbs and whatnot. Yostan, are you going with them?
No, I'm going to scout out
Separately.
in the air. Yes.
I see. You're gonna. Okay. How do you go about scouting in the air?
Well, it's not particularly that late in the day yet, but as with one of the features of the cloak, I just have to be in dim light to cast polymorph. I don't have to stay in dim light.
There you go.
So in a single moment, he will walk underneath one of the many trees that casts a shadow, and in the shadow, first walks in the Dragonborn, out pops a flying bat that just...
All right, you polymorph into a bat and begin flying around to do a nice search. All right, well then we will treat you separately then. First, because herbs are easier for me to deal with than whatever strange vagaries you will get up to, I'm sure, we will deal with the herbs. So, you are looking for something to, I don't know, poultice or to smoke. I don't know what your preferred herb is, but you begin searching around, exploring on your own and the kind of areas around the sunken fort. You do not get any encounters during the day, but tell me, how is it that you go about finding these herbs?
Well, I figure that I cast Speak with Animals, and then I start talking to the local wildlife to see if they've nibbled on anything interesting, or if they're, perhaps encountered any interesting fungi, And that, and I keep my eyes out, and also you know, keep my ear to the ground, talking with the wildlife.
All right. You speak with the wildlife, trying to see if they've nibbled on anything interesting. Most of them are like berries, nuts, you know, twigs. Some of them eat bark. There's some bugs that the animals like.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah, I understand. Good stuff.
good stuff. Go ahead and give me a survival wisdom check as you are searching for herbs to find. A 12. Unfortunately, you do not find much of interest beyond a few like mushrooms and some small herbs here and there that are of pretty mundane value. You find a nice little kind of cluster of like edible mushrooms that you know would make pretty like good soups and stews, as well as you kind of find the just like go-to kind of set of herbs of the kind of swamp area. Just the like these smell nice. Maybe that you can burn them, keep away some mosquitoes, that type of thing. But nothing beyond just the mundane here.
Yeah, I happily collect them. You know, this is nice. This will add a little lemon taste onto the daily rations and such and such. You know.
Absolutely. You can collect enough mushrooms to essentially be your one like set of rations for a day, if you would like. One ration worth of edible mushrooms.
There we go.
Excellent. Eventually Nefahito comes back, having searched around, talking with the animals for some mushrooms. Josatan, you fly up into the sky as a bat, screeching your batly screech as you try to find what as you adventure out.
Josatan has come to realize that there are a lot of the things in the swamp. It only takes a day's travel, and already you can counter so much. 2 days, and you can come across snake people that are overwhelming. So, in this time of him being polymorph, of him flying around, he believes that he will potentially spot something moving, if anything. And so that's what he does.
All right, you begin flying around using your bat screeches to try to find moving things in the swamp. At first, you find many moving things in the swamp, birds and badgers and voles, and eventually you get a hang of what you're doing, and you begin searching around. Go ahead and give me a wisdom perception check as you make your searches.
Bats have keen hearing.
That
so
they
have
do.
advantage on perception.
Yes.
10.
You search around, and unfortunately, you do not find much in the way of things moving about. What you do come across are some 100 to 150 feet away from the sunken fort to the north and west. You find a kind of breeding ground of large toads that are just sitting, resting in the kind of mud and the sun. Occasionally they ribbit about and jump around. You find how many are in there? You find 9 giant toads in this pool.
Where was that again?
To the north and west of the sunken fort.
Seeing how that's like the most notable thing that he saw, he will eventually return and inform the rest of his party of 9 gigantic toads that can swallow a person whole to the northwest.
As soon as Murdoch hears that, he's gonna hustle up to the top parapet, and I'm gonna look out to the northwest for that cave that billowed smoke that I saw the last time I was here. And I'm gonna wave Joseph up and be like, is it on the way to that?
Joseph.
It does appear to be on the way towards that. It could be something you avoided, but if you went in a pretty straight line, you would probably run into it.
Good to know. I think on that we hunker down. I'm sure as we're sitting there and resting and eating for the night.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna ask Butcher. Like, Butcher, what are your thoughts? I really don't want to walk away from here without seeing what's down in that ship.
I'm very curious too. I'd be remiss to leave it half done.
Yep. I think this time though we try to be as stealthy as possible, and we gotta get to that horn. If we get to the horn and kill that guy before he can blow it, then
Joseph will actually
maybe this.
pipe in.
Okay.
I can actually help you with that.
Oh, really?
I can cast darkness on a stone, and you can bring the darkness stone down with you to mask your appearance, even though if they spot the darkness, they will probably know something's amiss.
If I have
At
a
least
darkness
buy time.
stone on me, can I see?
No, you will radiate 30 foot of magical darkness, so unless you can see through magical darkness for, like, maybe you had Devil Sight as a warlock, you could see through it, but no, you would just be in magical darkness.
Any idea on a way around that? I don't want to go down there blind.
Hmm.
And being a crocodile, it's not like I could put it in my pocket.
Well, I mean, were there crocodiles down there?
Maybe on the way? Sure, yeah, there could be crocodiles along the way.
So what we could do is have one of the crocodiles, maybe one I summon, out in front, and maybe have like a rope or something attached to it to us back in the darkness.
I think that's very sneaky. I definitely think the croc with a rope trailing a 30-foot sphere of magical darkness through the water definitely counts as very sneaky.
I mean, it's maybe more sneaky than a whole ass dwarf, but yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Maybe.
There are clouds that come by every now and then, right? Like, that could potentially mask the sun for a few moments. It's possible.
Definitely.
If you cast this darkness on something heavy and we hit it, maybe like in a sack, would that block the darkness or would it go through it?
I think if you cast light on a stone and you put a stone of light in a sack, you would expect the light to be sealed, right? So I would expect the same effect to happen with darkness.
Completely covering an object of darkness in some container of some sort prevents it from emitting darkness.
There you go. Perfect.
What if we picked up something heavy-ish? There were plenty of little pieces of armor that were inside the fort.
Mm-hmm.
What if we put something heavy with a darkness spell cast on it in the sack? I have one right here. And then Butcher could swim down and drop it over top of the area between the sharks and the entrance to the ship, while me and Crocboy swim down from the back side of that entrance. And then we have darkness between us and the sharks. We have the crocodiles waiting out of the entrance. If they see the darkness, we pounce on them. And the Butcher comes in and we try to kill those two sea creatures before they blow that horn. And then if I see the horn, I'm going to swallow it.
Oh, as a croc. Right.
As a croc.
Right. I just had a vision of Murdoch like, aww.
I don't know what that's going to do for me when I come out of croc form. Probably going to be some massive constipation, but no sharks attacking.
Alright, I mean, I'm okay with that plan.
It would have to be on something not that heavy, so it won't land with a thud on the boat or the floor of the water to alert them.
I want to make sure it's on something heavy enough that it sinks down to the bottom when we let it go. That way Butcher can swim above it, drop it, let it start sinking, and then swim into position to come in towards that door.
So it could be small but dense.
Small but dense works.
Okay. So, I'm going to just move us over here real quick so that we are on the same page with plans. I am notoriously not on the same page as Faye with a lot of plans, so let's make sure that I am understanding correctly what you want to do. So, giant sharks are in this northeast corner, right? Like this.
Correct.
They have their tattoos and their big giant horns and tusks, and they're just chilling here, right? And you're going to drop a magic stone on... Oh, what did I do to roll 20?
So
Okay, you're going to drop a magic stone of darkness that's like 30 by 30.
Somewhere around here, so it's between the sharks and where
yeah,
we're
30
going.
to 30.
yeah, 30, 50, 15-foot radius, or
Isn't it 30? Isn't it a 30 by 30?
15-foot radius.
Oh, okay. So much smaller.
well, no, about the same size. Just
Oh, yeah.
Right.
It's 30 by 30. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the size. So you're gonna put this darkness like here, so that they can't see you approach.
yeah, if at all possible, I'd say like 1 or 2 squares to the left, just so like it's blocking more of like where the entrance is, right?
Like this. So you're gonna drop it
Yeah.
here, so that the sharks maybe can't see you, other than like this one.
Yeah, the hope is that we can then use the actual boat itself as cover, I guess. We drop down, use the actual boat
Wait,
itself
whoa.
as cover.
Right, so
To
we,
get in
we
close.
go ahead and then we want to try to bring both crocs down in around this area here, waiting for anything that pops out of the door, ready to get ready and just pounce on it.
Okay.
And then Butcher drops the stone up here, swims over in this direction to the top, and gets ready to come in and maybe proc the encounter. If anything sees the darkness stone, then they jump out, the crocs jump on him, and our goal is to get the one with the horn before he blows it. If they
Okay.
blow the horn, we probably bail instantly again.
Okay.
What's your thoughts on it?
Okay. I like what you're saying. So I think that I'm just gonna let you drop the stone. I don't have any reason why that doesn't work. You can swim your crocs into position here. I don't have a problem with that. Really. You can follow Murcroc or something, I don't know. So when you drop the stone and Butcher wants to swim down this way towards this door, he's gotta swim like here and then here, right? Is what you were saying?
Yep.
I think there's definitely a chance that the shark sees him here, right? These two,
Yep.
probably darkness. This one, probably going to get a good look at what's going on.
Yep.
So,
May I ask one small thing before the dropping commences? I won't be able to communicate with Butcher on it, but I think on our way down and the crocs trying to sneak into that area, we would take a pretty good look to see if we see maybe reinforcements, see if the sharks are sleeping and restful on the rocks, or if they're swimming around. Does everything look as it was before on our first trip, when we swim down towards the area?
I think as you swim up on the surface, you try to take a good scouting mission. It looks to be the same kind of scene that you saw the day before.
Okay. Then I would proceed.
All right. So the crocodiles swim down into position. Butcher gets prepared to drop the stone. As you swim down here, Butcher, what do you think is a fair way to determine whether or not you're spotted by this big old shark?
I mean, I'd say probably it's stealth dexterity. I can't really think of
All right.
what else it would be.
Sounds good. That's what I'm gonna say. So Butcher, you drop your Darkstone depth charge. It falls. You see this sphere of just blackness falling through the water as it lands on the ship here between these sharks and the door. And you begin making your way towards this doorway here. Go ahead and give me a stealth dexterity check.
It's a 6 because I'm wearing heavy armor.
You have a Cloak of the Manta Ray, right? You have basically free movement in the water. I think that you can just have 14 there.
Okay.
Yeah. Because like the disadvantage on that stealth also is like noise and shit. Like if you have free movement in the water, like I don't think you're disturbing it as much anyway.
Fair enough.
The shark puts an 11 on the die to perceive you and has a perception of +3, which is a 14 exactly. All right, so Butcher, you begin swimming down here. As you are making your way kind of in this direction down here, you see this beast with the tusks and the tattoos begin to stir and swim towards your direction. What do you do?
I think I will head, immediately back towards the Crocs over here.
Mm-hmm.
And then start heading a little bit up.
Okay. So you begin swimming up away from the stream here. This shark is going to be entranced by the darkness first. It notices you, swims in your direction, but decides that this is very interesting, and you see it disappear into the darkness on its turn.
All right.
What do you
I'm
do?
going to use this moment where it's distracted to head towards this door and being ready to jump inside and smack the one that looks like it has its horn.
All right, you jump inside and you find 2 of these fish-like creatures that you fought in the waters the day before. They are inside the wooden hole here and are probably, less surprised than they were the time before when a strange dwarf battered down their door. And they grab their weapons. I think we roll into initiative, yeah?
Yeah.
Because
All
I'd
right.
be ready to fall right behind him.
Excellent. Let us roll into initiative.
Alright, I have the bottom croc.
All right.
Bottom croc is Murcroc. Excellent. And with that, Butcher, you are the first to go with your initiative. What do you do?
You'll get away.
I will step forward. I will look to see which one of them has the horn on them.
We'll call it this one on the right.
All right, and I will take a great weapon strike at him,
Okay. With a 21, that'll hit.
and a menacing attack.
Okay.
To click on that button. So it's 6 additional damage. So 32 damage.
All right, and with 32 damage, you murder this guy. He just evaporates to your axe. Blood just billows out from his twained body, and he drops the horn on the ground in front of you.
I will drop my axe and grab the horn.
Okay. You drop your axe and grab at the horn. Excellent. The fish creature next to you sees you grabbing at the horn and decides he needs to stop that from happening. It reaches towards you with its spear in hand and takes a mighty jab.
Hey, Greg, what about his croc? Should go on his turn.
What does your croc do?
I guess it should be able to. You said you're the south one?
Yeah, I'm the south one.
All right, so he should be able to squeeze in the door. So he's probably at disadvantage on everything, and everything has advantage to hit him.
Sounds good.
And try to bite this guy.
Your croc tries to bite, but the close confined quarters of the wood splinter and snap around him as he thrashes, and he's unable to strike at this creature. As your croc is flailing, he's gonna move again.
Yeah, he's going to continue to push his way into here and provoke an opportunity attack to get himself in some room he can actually.
Okay, excellent. I'll roll a new attack, to be fair. Ooh, he crits the croc for 5 points of piercing damage.
Butcher will remember that he forgot to use a hit die on his short rest and take his second wind.
All right. You regain 5 hit points. Are you at full HP?
Yep.
Okay, so you're at full HP after the 5 hit dice. This guy does not get advantage. He rolled a 5 to hit you with his spear as you tried to pick up the horn. He does not get the spear, or he does not hit you with the spear. He then lunges forward with his mouth and tries to bite at you with an 8, unsuccessfully doing so, ripping at you, trying to prevent you from picking up this horn, but so you do. Excellent. Murkroc, it is your turn. What do you do?
I would like to swim in here. I imagine I'm at a squeezing point here, right?
Yeah, that's what we ruled for the other one.
Disadvantage.
Yes.
Is there any way I can try to... If I were to try to shove him back to get into the room completely, would I still be rolling that at disadvantage?
I think so,
Like,
yes.
swim out and like barrel into him, try to knock him back.
I like what you're thinking. I still think you're going to do it at disadvantage for squeezing, but I think if you did it, you could just like knock back into the room safely without having to stay in that spot.
Okay, I think I'm going to try and do that. So
All
I'm
right.
gonna roll strength twice, and we'll take the least one. And then
Absolutely.
I guess it's a move check. Or
This
how about
guy-
I just roll? How about I just roll at disadvantage?
That sounds good.
Not
Your 5 is not enough to knock back this creature. You swim in full bore, but the like wood and like frame of this ship like squeezes and takes the brunt of your force of your swim. Splinters and wood go flying as you're like wrecking and breaking parts of the ship. But the fish person manages to hold his ground.
Yeah, that's my turn.
All right, excellent. That brings us to the top of the round. As I do so, Giant Shark initiative on 8. Cool. Butcher, what do you do?
Well, I now have this horn, I assume, in one hand. Is appropriate size for that.
Absolutely.
And I will pull out my new trident in my other hand and make an attack at this hooligan.
Absolutely.
I will use precision attack.
Okay. Absolutely.
Precision attack, where's that? 20 to hit.
20 will definitely hit. That gets it done. For 13 points of damage?
Just the 9.
Just the
it
9.
just rolls the d8 if I were wielding it in two hands.
I see. Alright, it does 9 points of damage to the creature. Your axe slicing through flesh, leaving blood in the water, but not enough to effectively bloody the creature.
I will provoke an opportunity attack, stepping back away from it.
Okay, absolutely. The creature raises its spear and stabs at you with a 21.
Oh, it actually took an opportunity attack on my shark, or on my croc, didn't it? Yeah, that was last turn. He had turns, so yeah, I'll take 7.
His reaction's back.
Alright, you take 7 points of damage.
Yep, and my shark will push in sort of over
Okay.
here behind it and attempt to bite it.
Absolutely. With a 22 for 9 more points of damage. 9 is 18. You bloody it, but it does not die. And we will make a strength saving throw. Oh, it fails. It is grappled by the jaws of your crocodile. It clamps down, not letting go. Awesome. Fish turn. Fish is grappled and restrained and will attempt to get the hell out of the
Is that
grapple.
what it just did on its turn? Because the croc grapple is a grapple, and he doesn't get an action on that turn.
He gets to save at the end, yep.
Until the grapple ends, the target's grappled escape DC 12. So the bite makes it a grapple, and then it's an action to escape.
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
what he's trying to do.
I thought that was what the strength check that you already rolled was, but maybe I'm mistaken.
Cool, he's grappled. Murkroc, what do you do?
Is there enough room in here for me to slide over to the side?
Yep.
Okay, then I will slide over to the side and I will bite at him with advantage because he is
Cool.
restrained. 23.
23. You kill him. He
damage.
dies.
All right, and then I will move a little bit further into the room and look around and see what I see.
You see treasure and wood and sleeping quarters. You see the beds of what have to be at least 8 or more of these like kind of humanoid creatures, as well as a pile of treasure and like casks of like clay that hold what must be liquids and in like kind of big barrel forms. All of it embroidered with like images of sharks upon it, or like embroidered, or what is it? You don't embroider clay, but you painted maybe.
Blazoned with.
Emblazoned, that's the word. Yes. Alright. Giant shark comes out of the darkness, doesn't see anything, is confused, goes back to the rocks. Chilling. Alright, you guys have effectively killed everything in here. What's the plan?
I'm gonna go pick up my axe, stash this horn.
Mm-hmm.
You will see Murdoch like shimmy up to you and like nuzzle at the horn.
Okay. I'll hold the horn out.
I will very delicately take the horn out of his hand and then eat it.
Nice.
I said I was eating the horn. I gotta eat the horn.
And so you do.
So I'm gonna start taking a look at the treasure in here.
Alrighty. You find amongst the piles of treasure 230 GP worth of valuables. These are clearly gemstones. They are blue sapphires, green emeralds, all of them worked finely. Some of them crafted into like small pendants or necklaces or rings, but most of them are just gemstones on their own. There is some like finely crafted paintings and sculptures that have some of the like canvases have rotten and fallen apart, but a lot of the sculptures remain valuable. And you can pick them all up, eat them as a crock, whatever, try to take them out of here. All together, the valuables that they have sorted are worth 230 GP. Amongst the treasure, you find... Oh, that's in the wrong place. You find... Where did it go? I can't give it a description if I can't find it in my notes. You find the armor of the Mariner. And I'm struggling to find my notes on it, so I cannot describe it to you. While wearing the armor, you get swim speed equal to your walking speed. I know that. Here we go. It is a set of, like, medium scaled armor with a decorative kind of fish and shell motif across the outside of it, like finely engraved into the metals of the armor itself. It counts as +1 armor and is the armor of the Mariner. Excellent. Amongst the treasure, you also find a small ring that stands out from the rest of them. The ring itself is like big and thick steel, and it is engraved with like big clam shells upon it that seem to be fashioned into some kind of a bulwark. You also find casks of what must be ale that are in these kind of clay jars that are marked with sharks upon them. While they don't appear to be magical, they do have some amount of interesting value, just as like somebody else's booze. And the final piece that you found is a set of boots that have like a very fine kind of leather to them that is thin, much thinner than any boots that you had seen previously, but still maintain very fine condition despite having been submerged in water. And they are emblazoned with a kind of imprinting of a young kind of deer. I don't know what you call a young deer. A colt, maybe? A colt deer. And that is everything that you find.
Are there other rooms to this? If I go over here and open this door, is that gonna
essentially
open up something else?
Yeah, there's other rooms inside here. They are wrecked and broken and full of seaweed and rocks and other things. Among them you might find some sleeping like bags and things for about the size of these fish people. Seems that there might be more of these creatures somewhere, but they are not in the ship itself currently.
Okay. I would say we probably leave the ale behind. At least Butcher wouldn't be keen to take that, so.
Okay.
Yep. I think we try to gather up what we can. I'll grab stuff with my teeth if I have to. We'll get the other croc to do it. Butcher will shove all the small stuff in whatever pack he has or grab onto it. And
all right.
try to sneak out of there.
You sneak out. The shark kind of sees you briefly as you sneak out, but it doesn't rise and ramble back towards you. You swim out, leaving the shipwreck behind, your new treasure in tow, eventually making your way back to your companions outside the sunken fort.
Well, how'd it go?
Went well. Everything went according to plan. As both of the crocs vomit up treasure.
Oh, fantastic.
Murkroc vomits up scale mail.
Butcher drops the set of leather that he was swimming back up with.
That is a lot.
Set of boots. I don't remember what was all in there.
There's boots,
You guys okay?
ring, scale armor, and then wealth.
Yeah.
Are you guys okay? Like, like, you guys cool? You're not injured or sick of carrying all of that loot in yourselves?
Yeah, I'm pretty sick of all this loot.
I think at that point, Murdoch transforms out of crocodile form and then starts holding his stomach in pain and just swallowing that horn. Greg, what happens to me after I swallow a horn and I transform back? Am I okay, or is...
I think you're okay. Yeah. Your form melds back into Murdoch. Maybe comedically, as your form kind of comes back to human, this big horn kind of like spills out of your mouth and into your hands. But I'm not gonna give you like a giant kidney stone or something.
Okay. I mean, I deserve it if I got it, but I understand.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Justin.
Shall we spend a bit of time examining these things, or shall we continue?
Yes, I have a small bruise from where this one hit me, you know? I've got to get that patched up as he pulls out his...
Alright,
kit.
you spend a 10-minute short rest to patch up the small bruise. from the spear and identify some items. You identify the armor of the mariner. I kind of told you what it did before. The other thing that it does is when you start your turn underwater and you have 0 hit points, it causes you to rise 60 feet towards the surface. The ring is a ring of protection. It gives you +1 to your AC and to saving throws. The boots are boots of striding and springing. And the horn is a horn of marine animal control. The marine animals that hear the sound of the horn are given a saving throw of DC 14 unless they have been trained to respond to the horn. But a fresh creature would be given a saving throw and are otherwise treated as if they have had the command monster spell cast upon them.
Holy crap, give me these boots of striding and springing. They increase my speed to 30 and mean I can move at 30 even if I'm encumbered. That's super awesome.
Take it, it's yours. Who wants the Ring of Protection?
I would definitely ask for the ring, at least for now. Although, you're tank sorcerer. You want to wear it?
I am going.
Yeah, you're kind of tank sorcerer. Yeah, why don't you wear that for now, and then I would probably roll for it at the end of the adventure if we survive. Yeah. That scale mail looks really awesome, and I can actually wear it, but it weighs like 80% of my entire carrying capacity, so I don't think I could use
Wait a second. Maybe if you took both that and the boots?
Yeah, the boots.
Because then you can be encumbered without slowing your movement speed. So you can
Even so, it would only give me +1 AC. So.
And you're using a bow.
Yeah, you just take the boots and.
Alright.
For now. At the end, we might. I mean, would you wear it? What are you wearing right now, Splint?
Yeah, I'm wearing Splint.
Okay, yeah. So you're probably not going to end up wearing that.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll see what happens at the end.
Alright. After your 10 minutes of identifying items and resting, you find yourselves outside the sunken fort, and there is a decision to be made. Do you return home victorious, having collected your treasures from the bottom of the swamp, or are you doing something else? Do you continue to push on?
Do we push on?
Fearless leader, what do you think?
Well, we have a lot of stuff here. It was a very successful journey. I, of course, would love to push on and see what is further out in the mist. I would love to actually hear from Nefahito.
Well, favor pushing on, but this is maybe a bit more. Look, we did good. We did good. Like I don't want to get greedy, but you know, we did good.
Butcher, Joseph, do you want to push forward, or are you ready to call it and return home victorious?
I'm for... I think I like trying to scout that place with the fog. I think try to scout it, but maybe don't necessarily go all the way in and fight everything. Unless we have to.
We can push a bit farther, but if people do not want to go, I am fine with that.
Alright, then I say we take one more day, adventure to the northwest, skirt around those toads, even if it costs us some movement, and take a look at that cave and see what we can see.
All right.
You okay with that?
So this adventure in the morning has not cost you very much time, as just as a light swim. So the rest of you have an opportunity to buckle up and make your, or all of you, I don't know why I said the rest of you, like someone was staying here. Buckle up and push on to the west of the sunken fort, maybe a little bit north as well, as you are trying to make your way towards the cave that was spotted in the swamp with gases pouring out of it. So, Murdoch, I believe you are acting as our navigator still.
Yes, I am.
Tell me, what pace are you going to go for the day's travel, and how... what pace are you going to go? We know where you're going.
I think we're going to continue with the normal pace. It's been working out pretty well so far.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a navigation check, please. As you are going through the marsh, it will be DC 20. You rolled a 16. It cost you some time making your way westward, but you push on. Perhaps it, as you are now kind of going past your familiarity in the marsh, it takes you get stuck in some like higher waters. It's a little more difficult getting Butcher's donkey through as needed. And you push your way westward. Excellent. Tell me, as I roll up your potential encounters for the rest of the day, what is it like as you have made your way through the sunken fort and the ships below and pulled out all this treasure? How are you guys making your push through, your travel the rest of the way?
I mean, everything has gone really well, but I've said that before.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, doesn't always keep going well, so you've got to be cautious. I think Butcher would go ahead and hand over his dagger to Murdoch, saying, I've got a magic weapon now that fits me a little bit better. Maybe this will do good for you.
Murdoch will accept it. And thank Butcher. I think Murdoch has been pretty impressed with everybody, Nefahito included, even for his first time out in the Mist. This has been a very smooth adventure. Everybody has contributed. Everybody has helped. We've faced a couple dangerous situations, but not really felt a lot in danger. So, cautiously optimistic is the right word for it.
All right.
Nefahito is blowing clouds of smoke, going, "Oh, what? Oh, no, that's all right," and just continue on, like totally blasted.
Totally blasted. All right. During the first kind of morning, you roll up on a corpse in the swamp. Yosutan, you and Butcher, I believe, maybe you, Butcher, and Murdoch, will recognize this thing as you see the corpse of a mighty snake-like warrior that is rotting and dead in the swamp in front of you. It seems to have been left alone by most of the enemies and creatures of the swamp. And it rots there. It does not get up and attack you, but you notice it on the way by.
Does it still have its scimitar?
It does indeed.
Last time we investigated some dead corpses, we got ambushed by this thing.
How far away are we from it?
It's in your path. I rolled the encounter for this creature, and it has already been died, and you killed it in about this area, so I thought it'd be cool to give you its corpse.
I'll do a once-over, perceive our surroundings in case there's a hidden creature.
Sure, go ahead and give me a perception wisdom check.
17.
You don't see anything.
I think it's just us. I think the local denizens saw its dead body and assumed something bigger came by. And just left it alone. We'll cautiously approach it.
Mm-hmm. It has been
Butcher
rotting out
does
here.
not trust this at all. He has his axe out. He is ready. He's like, this is how we lost Jonathan. This is not a good time. And he is just ready for something to jump out of the swamp.
You see the body of this creature. It's been rotting out here in the swamp, but it doesn't seem that any of the swamp creatures have eaten it or taken it anywhere. It just has just been sitting here where you slew it.
I like point a finger and firebolt its corpse, making sure it doesn't like come back.
It doesn't come back alive to kill you, no.
Always a good thing to check in the mist.
Does it
Burn all
have
the
any
corpses.
belongings?
The
Has a
scimitar it
scimitar?
fought with, I don't believe it had any other belongings on it. Or if it did, I think you took them. I don't remember.
We didn't take anything.
You
We
didn't
we
take
got out of
anything.
there.
No, it doesn't have any belongings on it.
Is this like a fancy scimitar, or is it just like a?
It's oversized. It's bigger than like a scimitar that you would see back at the shop, but other than that, it doesn't appear to have any significant changes or markings upon it.
Throws it back in the water.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep moving.
All right. You leave the corpse of this great creature behind you, a memory of a past that you would like to sooner forget, and continue your pace forward. A few hours after that, you are marching your way through the swamp, and it is Shadow, it is Murdoch who is keeping the keenest eye out. As you are leading the way through, you come across the images of, how many were there? Of 6 lizard folk marching their way through the swamp. They are in 2 ranks with their spears at the ready and appear to be patrolling. They are coming across the path that you are leading the party down. What do you do when you see this?
First thing that I'll do is I'll signal my party to hold and to take a little bit of cover.
Mhm.
And I am spying those lizard folk very carefully, looking for any of them that look like a shaman.
All right. The party hunkers down to take a watch as these filed lizard folk march through the swamp. You look, but they don't appear to have any markings or characteristics of the shaman that you fought previously.
I'll whisper to my party, these are dangerous, especially in packs, but if we surprise them, we can probably get a huge advantage. Maybe with that spell you used before, Nefahito. That was amazing. How close are they? And are they coming directly at us, or are they moving in the path of
They're
where we're
coming
going?
like perpendicular or close enough to it, to the path that you were moving. They are... they're about 100 feet away from you when you spotted them.
Decision time, friends. We could take the initiative and attack them, or we could try to hide and let them move by.
How many can we see
6.
from here?
There are 6. 2 rows.
I can bring up my illusions and overwhelm them with fire.
I don't know that. The only thing, I think we could take them easily. I don't know that they're worth our time.
Alright, then I will direct everybody to the best cover that I see, and we will try to wait it out and let them pass us by.
Alrighty. Murdoch, why don't you give me a group's stealth dexterity check here as you are pointing them to where they would like to be best hidden. Perfect. You get them crouched down in some big ferns and near some like nice rock cover, and the patrolling lizard folk do take a good look around. They seem to be alert and ready to spot things, but you have hunkered down your party in enough time, and eventually the patrol marches on, crossing your path and leaving you and your party behind.
Alright. So as
Excellent.
they're out of sight, I think we pick right back up and keep moving.
All right. You pick back up and keep moving. The rest of the night, or rest of the afternoon and evening go by uneventfully, but you do not make it to the cave that you saw from the sunken fort this day. Instead, night begins to fall, and you begin setting up camp. Anything that you want to do in camp for the night? Sounds like a no.
I just had a question for Butcher as to how many charges are remaining on the dagger that he...
Oh yeah, that's right. 1 right now.
There's one right now. Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right. It is camp time then. You begin bedding down, getting ready to spend a nice evening. When it is Nefahito's turn at the watch. When Nefahito, you are probably taking rips from your bong, having yourself a stellar time while everyone's sleeping. When Nefahito, you hear buzzing. Lots of buzzing from kind of all around you. What do you do?
I immediately think of the grass that keeps flies away.
Mm-hmm.
I throw that in the fire that I collected. There was a bunch of this I collected, and I kind of kick my compatriots awake. I'm like, psst, psst, you know, and I make sure I create a lot of smoke that gets rid of mosquitoes and gets rid of bugs from the
Okay.
things.
Absolutely.
that I have.
You gathered up a bunch of herbs previously, some of which were good for keeping away bugs. You throw them upon the fire, getting a billowing cloud of smoke. Please give me a nature intelligence check versus these creatures. You see these big, large mosquitoes swarm up out of the swamp waters around you. Your DC will be 9. Oh, you bit the billowing batter.
Could I I have lucky, so could I re-roll that?
You can reroll that. You are in fact lucky.
Let's see, do I just click nature again?
Yeah, you could just click it again. No problem.
Could I re-roll that? No, I don't. Can I just keep doing that? No. I'm not
I
too
don't
sure
know
I
if you can spend more than 1 lucky point on the same roll.
It would seem broken, but I
That
do
would
have
seem
8
broken,
points.
but you also only have like 3 points, right? Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me look. I don't know for sure how that works because most people don't take lucky, weirdly enough. You have 3 luck points. Whenever you make a roll, you may spend 1 point to roll an additional d20. Yeah, you choose which of the d20s is used. Spend your luck point when an attack roll is made against you. If multiple creatures use luck point, they cancel out. I don't see anything in here that says one way or the other.
Dealer's choice.
Dealer's choice. How lucky are you feeling, Temer?
I'm feeling very lucky.
All right, highs or
Feeling
lows?
Highs or lows? Highs. Always goes highs.
Highs it is. You get to spend a 3rd luck point tonight.
Okay. Let's see. It is what it is. It is what it is.
You grab a whole bunch of herbs and get them on there. Unfortunately, you forgot which ones were the herbs that you were putting in your bong and which ones were the herbs for the mosquitoes. And as you kick your party awake, billowing up this cloud of smoke, you see a huge amount of 10 large sturges come rising up out of the swamp waters around you. And I want everybody to roll me into initiative against them. I'll just keep track of it here on the...
Sounds good.
On the... So, Murdoch will be going at an 18, Butcher on a 3, Nefahito a 14, and Josuton a 17. Murdoch, what is your dexterity mod?
It's +4.
All right, you go ahead of the Sturges. You are the first as you're getting kicked awake by the by Nefahito and his billowing cloud of smoke he's thrown on the fire. What do you do?
All right, I'll yell out, "They're weak. Just hit them and they go down." And I will pull 2 daggers out, and I want to throw both daggers at any sturges I can see.
All right.
How close are they to me at this point?
They are definitely within dagger throwing range. They have buzzed up out of the swamp
sounds
right
good.
around you. Yeah.
Got it. Well, I'm gonna throw my offhand dagger first.
Okay. With a 9, you will miss.
Yeah, it's a natural 1.
Yes.
It'll go flying out, and I will throw another dagger.
Okay.
This one, I'm sure. Will
That
hit.
one will hit. Yes, you strike one of the sturges with your
Not that
daggers
Doesn't have braces of archery. So I
for
will deal
5 piercing, but it is enough to kill one of these creatures with your dagger. It like explodes, but the rest keep buzzing around, and these creatures begin to rush forward. There are 9 left, so we're gonna put 2 of them rushing towards each of you. So they have +5 to hit. I'm just gonna roll 8d20. So the first 2 we're just going to do to Butcher. So that's going to be a 19 and a 16. Do either of those hit you?
Those will both hit. I am not wearing my armor.
Alrighty, excellent. So please take for me 2d4 plus 6. Nope, that's not it. Syntax! Please take from me 14 points of damage as these creatures zip in and they attach to you, Butcher, and begin drinking your blood. Excellent. And with that, the next 2 attacks are going to be on Josutan. So we have an 8 and a 23. I assume the 8 will miss.
Yep, 23 will hit.
Alrighty, excellent. Please take for me 5 points of damage as another one has latched onto you, sticking into you, and begins drinking your blood. The next 2 will go after Murdoch, so that's going to be a 7 and a 12. I don't think either of those hit you.
14 AC without armor.
Alright, excellent. They both miss. And the final 2 will go to Neferito with a 17 and a 24.
24 hits.
Okay, the 24 hits, but not the 17. Very good. Please take 7 points of damage as one of them snacks onto you, attaching itself to your body. All right. And then there's a final one that can attack, and it will D4. Who does it choose? It chooses...
And I wave at it, so it chooses me.
You wave at it, and it rolled you. It double chooses you.
How about that?
Absolutely.
Bring
It will... I'll just click its blood drain ability there. Ooh, it crits you! For 6 points of piercing damage as this one clips onto you, attaching itself to your body. Excellent. That brings us around to Josutan. One of these creatures has attached itself to you and is drinking your blood. What do you do?
He sees others around him. Are you all right? Fine with getting a bit singed?
Don't hit the druid.
I'd rather not.
Hit me if you have to. Go for it. Don't hit the druid.
Yeah, Josutan breathes fire onto Murdoch.
All right.
This is my weaker fire damage of 4. So even on a save, that's 4. Dex save, DC 12 for half.
I will take 2 fire damage.
All right. So you step up to Murdoch and you breathe fire atop of him. The one attached to him will just fail because it is staying attached, trying to drink his blood, and it auto fails and takes 4 points of damage. There are other 2 flying around him, and this is a cone.
Yes.
Okay, so
15-foot cone.
those 2 will definitely make some dex saves. I'll just roll at advantage, but we'll count both of them. So a 14 and an 8. One of them will fail and die. The other one will take 2 points of damage as it is flying about.
We'll go up to Neferito and we'll spend 2 sorcery points to quicken a shocking grasp as I attempt to grasp at the scourge on his body and try and pull
All
it
right.
free / kill it.
Roll to hit for me.
Shocking Grasp. 14.
That'll hit.
6
For
lightning.
6 points of damage, you grasp the one on Nefehito, and it electrocutes, exploding in a like shower of viscera and blood.
Pops blood everywhere.
It does. Excellent. Well done, Yosatan. One is still attached to you, but that is good. So, that brings us to Nefehito. You have been freed of the creature that attached itself to you. What do you do?
Thank you very much. I do a produce flame. Is there anyone that's flying that's not attached to anybody?
Yes, there's one that attacked you but did not manage to attach itself. There is one on Murdoch that has not attached itself. There is one on the one that was near Yosatan originally that has not attached itself, and there's probably another one somewhere. Because we have
Let's
2 on
me
Butcher,
first.
1 on Yosatan.
Well, how about the one near me?
Oh, the one near you? Yeah, absolutely. You hit it. For 3 points of damage. Alright, you strike it, but it does not die. Excellent.
Yeah.
Alright, and that brings us to Butcher. What do you do?
All right, I will short haft my trident and try to poke these guys off of me.
Alright.
For a 13 to hit.
The 13 misses. It has AC 14.
All right, I will action surge to
Yes.
attempt it again.
Alright. Oh, with a 9! No!
Oh my god!
All
I'm
right.
gonna get drained to death. I will use my bonus action to use Second Wind to regain some health.
Okay.
Not much.
Okay. Excellent. That is Butcher's turn. Murdoch, you are free of any of these freaky flyers as you've been showered with the flames around you. What do you do?
So I'm getting a quick look and a quick count of how many are left. There's 2 on Butcher.
There are
right?
2 attached to Butcher, there's 1 attached to Yosatan, and there are 3 just flying about.
So 6 total.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I know that 2 of the ones that are flying about have taken damage.
Yes.
But at this point, I think I'm going to... Can I get to Butcher
Yes, absolutely.
without provoking an attack of opportunity?
Sure, I think that they're just buzzing about at the moment.
So I'm going to attack 1. This time I'm going to draw... I have 2 daggers remaining. I'm going to draw them out. One of them is the magical dagger. And I'm going
Ooh.
to swing that at one of them.
Very nice. I have lost track of which Jaggers are which, but I'm pretty sure this is the Shaman one, right?
I have the Thirst Dagger.
You have the... Okay, cool. The 27 definitely hits. For 8 damage, you murder one of these creatures upon a Butcher. It pops in
And
a
then I
shower
will
of
take my
viscera.
second dagger and try to get the other one off of Butcher.
Alright.
Ignore the +2. That will crit.
That crits.
And I will add sneak attack with this one on the offhand. So
Oh, very nice.
it'll be enough, I think. to
That
pop it.
definitely, you just,
There's-
boom,
yeah.
boom, you just popping these creatures, they shower Butcher in a cloud of his own viscera and theirs. Excellent. And with that, it is the creature's turns. There's only one attached to somebody. Yosatan, you, sir, at the start of its turn, it drains from you 5 hit points. Please take 5 hit points of damage. And then we have 3 that are buzzing around. We're going to go 1 to each of you that aren't a Butcher, because that's kind of the way this was going. Butcher's 2 both latched onto him. So we will have a Blood Drain attack on Josatan with a 16. Will that hit you?
Cast Shield.
You cast Shield. Very nice. You impose your magic at the last moment, and the bloodsucker like dents its proboscis upon you. Alright. The next one will go towards Murdoch with a 20.
That'll definitely hit.
Alright. Please take 6 points of piercing, or just blood-sucking damage. And the final one at Neff with a crit!
Oh dear God.
Could I have lucky? Could I use lucky?
Could you
on
use
that?
lucky? You could, yes, you can use lucky.
Okay.
It instead, it rolls a 16.
Misses.
All right, perfect.
All right. You wait a minute. Hold on. You have 3 points of lucky. You used.
Yeah.
You used two
Two?
of them against. Okay, yeah, you used two of them on the other one.
Yeah.
So this is your last one. Perfect. The 16 attempts to hit you, but misses. Excellent. Josutan, you have this thing attached to you. What do you do?
Just shocking grasp it as it attempts to pop as he's been popping the rest.
Excellent.
Actually, no, he'll do that to the one on Murdoch.
Oh, okay.
Well, bang. 15 to hit.
That'll hit.
That hits.
And that
damage.
will destroy it. It sparks up and explodes on Murdoch.
Once again, 2 sorcery points to quicken spell a second shocking grasp onto the one on him.
All right. That'll
One
hit.
hits for 6 more.
Perfect.
points of
The
lightning.
one on you explodes. A shower of its own viscera, and yours coats yourself.
My turn.
All right. Excellent. That is your turn. That brings us to Nefahito. You lucky son of a bitch.
Yes. I do still try to do produce flame on that. And see if I can get it.
No.
No.
You
And could I also do a healing word on myself? Just as a bonus, I believe it's
Yes, you may.
alright, let's see if I can heal something.
All right. You produce 4
Perfect.
points of magical healing upon your body. Very nice.
I'm happy. And
Good. Excellent. Butcher, you no longer have these bloodsuckers upon you. What do you do?
So there's just the one left now?
There are 2 left, although one is injured.
Alright, so there's one that's on Nefahito, and there's another one?
Yeah, he's just buzzing about. It probably attacked, Josutan and got its proboscis bent.
The one that got shielded.
Yep, alright, so I will attack the one that's near Nefahito
Uh-huh.
with my trident.
Excellent. The 19 will hit for
For
7 piercing, destroying it. The creature
And-
dies.
I will actually remember what my abilities do and make a bonus action attack at the other one because I slew a creature.
What is
Great
that
Weapon
from?
Master feat.
That is Great Weapon Master.
Oh,
yeah.
right! I always forget Great Weapon Master does that.
Yeah,
Please do.
it's the slightly less used part of it, but it is still a part of it.
That is a hit and does enough damage. You slay the final creature, and the buzzing of the swamp falls silent. The night is once again quiet and normal around you.
How many bugs?
I kind of like drop my bong and I'm like, all right, that's enough. I mean, wow. I can't hit a thing. Can't hit a thing. My God. Oh.
Alright, is anybody seriously injured?
I'm down 9 HP, so not that bad.
Alright.
I'm down 10, but I'll heal through this long rest.
Okay. I think I will bonus action Second Wind at this point, Greg.
Okay. And spend your second wind.
Ignore the sneak. I got 10 of my hit points back.
All right.
It's a sneaky second wind.
It's a very sneaky second wind, yeah. All right. With that, the rest of the night passes uneventfully, and you can wake up the next morning. You all, take care of some bookkeeping here. Traveled at a moderate pace to get to your destination through the swamp. I'm going to need survival wisdom checks to forage at DC 10, but you will be at disadvantage for your pace. And yes, you can
I
spend
will
hit dice as well.
disadvantage.
All right, 3 successes, 4 successes. Everyone successfully found forage. You got
I
food
did not.
and fresh water.
did not.
Did you not? I thought you had
I
an
got an
11.
I had an 8.
Oh, you had an 8. Okay, very good. So 3 of you have successfully foraged and found clean water. Butcher, I'm going to need you to mark some rations. There's enough feed and grazing possibility for 3 pack animals to have a nice meal. It looked like you guys were all spending your hit dice, but you may spend any number remaining in your pool to regain HP, and then recover half of those to use in the next day when you're done, as well as regain class features and spell slots. So, it is the next morning, and you are continuing your track back onto the cave, I presume?
Yes.
It is actually 10 o'clock right now. We've been playing for about 4 hours. Do you think we should take a break here and then come back for the last bit of it?
Sure, if that's
Anyone-
Sure.
Okay.
The quick
All right.
break I think would be great.
All right, excellent. Then we will save your navigation roll for the other side. We'll take a quick break here, and we will come back in 5 or 10 minutes and see what happens. See y'all soon. Live. And welcome back. We've taken a short break. Bathrooms have been used, water has been recovered, and we were about to adventure out towards the cave one last time. So, Murdoch, we know where you're going. What is the pace that you would like to go for today?
You're still going at a normal pace.
All right. Go ahead and give me that navigation check then. At advantage, DC 20.
No.
All right. Once again, you find yourself being slowed down here in the swamp, making less progress than you would like, but you are pushing ever forward as we look to see if you have any encounters on your way. It is not too long into your day's travel, though, probably late morning, pushing towards noon, when the four of you come across a clearing in the swamp. Here you can just smell as you approach the kind of chlorine gas just kind of wafting through the area. And as you approach, you see the swamp clears out and there's a large watery kind of area. The swamp water rises and becomes deeper out in front of you. And sitting in the middle of this swamp water is a kind of rocky outcropping, almost like an island in a small lake. And in this rocky outcropping, you can see a large cave leading down into the rocks below, and issuing out from this cave entrance is this like almost translucent shimmering of the gases leaking out into the swamp air around you.
As we're looking out, about how far across the water is it to reach the cave?
About 50 feet or so.
Alright, no land bridge leading to it at any point?
No.
How much space is there at the entrance of the cave?
Quite a bit. This cave is probably 2 or 3 times the size of a man.
I'm more along the lines of how much open space is there at the cave entrance? Like, is there 30 foot radius of an, is the island like 30-foot radius? Is it like 60?
We'll call
like
the
right into the
island
water?
like 35 or 45 feet in diameter. It's not a huge rocky outcropping. And then the major piece of this is the cave kind of in the center of the rocks leading down.
Well, we're here.
Yep. How best to proceed? Do we summon a crocodile fairy? Bring ourselves across? I don't know, maybe Butcher, can you maybe quick check and see how deep this water is?
Sure. I'll go ahead and plunge my head underneath, try to look to see how far down it goes.
All right. As you plug your head into the water, you find that this water is acrid. It burns almost like it has like a very acidic value to it. You look inside and you find that this is probably no more than 30 or 40 foot deep at its deepest.
I'll pull my head back out. Ow, that burns. I need goggles if I'm going to do that again.
Oh, then definitely don't do that again. It's burning you that it's going to burn to swim across.
Ride the crocodile?
We could ride the crocodile. I have the ability to just summon one and maybe get all of us across on it. I have, I believe, 3 charges on it left.
I should be able to get across this quite quickly, too, on my own. So,
Okay.
if the crocodile doesn't look like it can take that many trips, I can do it on my own, potentially.
Alright, well then, how about you and I go first, and then I'll send the crocodile back for Josephson and Nefehito.
Yep, sounds good.
Alright, and I will use a charge of the Shaman Dagger to summon a crocodile right at the edge of the water, and then I will get on its back. And I will ride it across the water.
You crawl upon the croc and have it ferry you across this water. As it does so, the croc is clearly like agitated and in pain, doesn't like the trip, but it ferries you across nonetheless. The smell of the gas as you approach is almost overwhelming, but you make it to the other side all in one piece.
Butcher is unnaturally quickly swimming through the water to the other side.
Absolutely. You begin racing your way through the water and getting to the other side. As you do so, it burns and stings and is very uncomfortable, but you make it to the other side in one piece.
Then I will send the croc back to get the next person, and I will kind of observe the front of the cave while the croc is making its return trip. Kind of like tasting the air. Does it taste acidic just like the water?
Yeah. Here the air is almost thin. It's like it's hard to breathe as you're near this cave entrance. The gas issuing forth is probably permeating the air around you. It's like a pool that's been super overly chlorinated. It just is oppressive how much this is in the air around you. The crocodile can make it back and forth and will ferry Josuton and Nafahito across. As you examine this kind of cave leading down, it does appear to be natural. There doesn't seem to be any picks or tools that have been used to widen or open this up, and it leads down into this kind of dark, cavernous swamp, rock formation below.
I take a look at the area outside the cave. Do I see any tracks or any signs of anything passing in and out?
Indeed, you do. There are many tracks of many different types crisscrossing in and out of this cave entrance. Among them, you see boot prints, human footprints, animal-like footprints, lizard folk footprints, kobolds, and among them, large and oversized prints that kind of stomp out other ones beneath it that look almost lizard-like, but much too big.
Any of them look fresh, or are there just too many in there for me to tell?
I think that this is one of those cases where mixed in with the fresh and the old is hard to tell.
Josuton will pull out his backpack and pull out 3 vials, and he'll hand one out to Murdoch and then a second to Nefahito. That's what we prepared.
These are antitoxins. As I look at this and I smell and taste the air, I know that the antitoxin protects against poison. Does this feel like a poison that's coming out from the air, or is it more like something that's just going to sting and burn and irritate my skin?
It feels more like the latter at the moment. At least from your position here.
Joseph drinks his
Better safe
down.
than sorry.
I agree. And I will down my antitoxin as well.
Okay.
Bottoms up.
Dwarves are a natural antitoxin, so.
Yes.
Very good.
Alright, and then I think Murdoch will take the lead. And go to the front end of the cave. The entrance to the cave, how wide is it?
The entrance to the cave is about 15 foot wide, about 15 to 20 foot tall, and it leads its way down into this, like, at first gentle slope, and then down into this kind of dark, dripping cavern below that you really can't see through, right? At least the light from outside pierces down some distance until it just stops being potent enough.
Should I take the lead?
If you want to take the lead. Do we want to light a torch so we can see? Or can you see in the dark?
I cannot. I doubt much of us could.
Nope.
I'll cast light on my casting focus.
All right. Excellent. You cast light, and it begins to shine down into this dark cave below. You see that the cave leads into like almost like big cavern with smaller systems branching off deeper into the darkness. As you've taken a few steps down and shone your bright light down into the cave, you can see that there are like rotting, molding creatures just like lining the walls. They are scattered about almost haphazardly. All of them seem to be like in a state of like sleep or like death or disrepair. They don't seem to be taking their they're not like on watch or alert. They just seem shut down in these corners. They appear in all types of forms. Some old and ancient and covered in furs. Some newer. Some sporting equipment you may even recognize, insignias and banners. All of them dead. All of them like rotting in some way, as they are skewed and hattered and lying about this great kind of cavern. There are stalagmites and stalactites that have formed, although none of them reach the ground. Rubble appears here and there, and you can smell this like kind of exhalation of chlorine gas. It seems to be billowing out from one of these deeper chambers inside.
How much space in front of us can we see? You may have just described it, but
I think light has a 60-foot radius. Yes.
and it easily goes through that far.
I think once you step down, like to the edge of where the sunlight was pouring into the cave entrance, you illuminate this like 60-foot cavernous like first part of the cave.
Okay. As the light plays around to all these bodies that are along the wall, I'm gonna look at them and see if I recognize any of them. I've been in the tavern. I've seen many people go out in the mist, and I've seen many people not make it back.
Yes. Among the bodies, you begin searching. You will find... what was their name? Neril Roothome, who died amongst the group that encountered the Great Serpent in their tales. Neril Roothome's body can be found amongst those here. Though you do not find any others that you immediately recognize.
Tads, I think, was looking for these remains back at the inn, if I remember correctly.
I will move over to the body and examine and see if there's any kind of token that I can take from Neril's body that would prove.
What were they looking for?
Spellbook.
There you go. Spellbook it is.
How much does the spellbook weigh?
Spellbooks weigh like 5 pounds, right?
Sounds right.
Am I just making that up? That's what's in my head.
I think that's normal book weight in 5e, but I don't know if the spellbook's special.
Spellbook weighs 3, according to the adventuring gear. 3 pounds.
Oh, that's really good, because I can dump something and carry it now. I will pick up the spellbook of Neril Roothome and put it in my pack.
Mm-hmm.
I wave my magic wand around. Do I detect magic of any sorts around?
You expend a charge upon your magic wand and begin detecting magic. There is indeed a magical aura just in this room. The cave itself has a magic to it of necromancy. The creatures and people themselves around here are not holding any items of magic that your wand can detect within range.
Well, folks, we're on the precipice. Do we go deeper?
No, friends. I've heard stories about a great serpent beast creature told me about it. His namesake, his patron. This looks to be his home. From what creature described, this beast was terrible and large and scary and probably beyond us. What are your thoughts?
All my vague research points to what may or may not be a Hydra. No guarantees. I have fire in my blood. If it is not us, then I think it's safe to say no one else would do this.
I think there is truth to both points here. It is a risky maneuver, but we are, if anyone, set up to handle this sort of thing.
I take a rip from my bong and say, "Wow, let's do this."
I think with that, Murdoch nods and Joseph, and we push on.
All right.
Important question.
Important question. Yes.
Well, it's going to be kind of like back to back. The entrance of the cave to like this big area, right?
Mhm.
How long did it take to travel, like down here?
Not long. Not enough to matter, right? It's I don't know, 30 feet, 40 feet of going down into this kind of cavern.
Murdoch, do you
is
think
it-
you should activate that dagger's ability to grant us all the ability to throw flame?
I think that's a wonderful idea. I will do so.
I don't know if you are all chemists or not, but I'm very impressed with your willingness to just like create open flames in like a gaseous, billowing cavern. Like if you're just like, fuck you, Greg, I know chlorine gas is largely non-flammable unless it's mixed with turpentine or some other thing. And then I'm like, good for you. Man, your chemistry is on point. But I'm impressed that you guys are just like, flames, let's go.
I mean,
I have a
I was
Great
kind of
idea.
wanted to light the torch in the beginning to see what happened at the entrance, but I honestly did not think enough of it. So if
I'm
we
just
blow up,
impressed.
we
I
blow
would
up.
not have had the balls. I'm just going to say. I even know the chlorine gas isn't flammable, but...
there's a precipice of going deeper, right?
Yeah, so you're in this big cavern. Here. I wasn't actually... I don't know why, but I wasn't actually sure if you would actually, like, choose to go in here or not. I know you guys told me you were kind of planning to come here, but I just, like... didn't actually prepare the map. So,
That's fine.
you guys are in a big cavern. Draw. There we go. You guys, like, came down, like, this kind of cavern, and you're in big 60-foot cavern. There's, like, dead people everywhere, some rocks, right? Dead people over here, dead people over here. And then there's, like, some deeper entrances. There's, like, cavern this way, cavern this way, cavern this way. And no one
Check
saw
the
me draw
cavern,
that. Excellent, there we go.
or check to see if there's any other immediate open areas, and Josatan will polymorph into a bat,
Mm-hmm.
and he gains a 60-foot blind sense. So, and he will fly to every single, like, of these entrances,
Mm-hmm.
and using that blind sense tell, like, how far the tunnel goes and whether or not they expand into an open area.
Alright, which one do you fly into first?
I don't fly into, I just get to near the edge of, like, the right one.
Okay, you go into the edge of the right one. You notice that this goes some distance, I don't know, 20, 30 feet, and then expands out into another room.
And nothing's within that 60-foot distance.
What do you mean, nothing?
Or can I detect creatures with my 60-foot blind sense as a bat?
Oh, you're like screeching into the room with your echolocation to like find things. There are no creatures, right? I don't know. Can you detect the difference as a bat between a rock and a zombie that's just laying there on the ground?
That probably not.
Yeah. So I think that you're just like you just see kind of the same features as a bat there as you do in this room.
And I guess I'll repeat that with the other 2 entrances.
All right. You go to the middle one and you screech down it, and you get back this like kind of 30 or 40 foot hallway that opens up into another room, and you see a very large thing with many heads down there. And as your screeches kind of echo out, you get its attention. The chlorine gas kind of picks up all around you and the party, and you hear a rolling, grating voice echoing down from this chamber. It is in like this old kind of broken common that you hardly even recognize, like listening to someone speaking Old English probably, and it says, "You are brave to enter my home. Come, face me if you dare."
Rocks the polymorph.
Mm.
One last glance toward everyone.
I think we grip our weapons and hold
That's
steady.
Mirror image.
All right.
All right.
You grip your weapons and make your way down to the bottom of this center hall. You pass hundreds, if not thousands, of bodies stacked up here. As the 4 of you make your way into the last great hall, you see it open up into a chamber filled with treasure. It heaps up in a mound upon which lies a massive creature. It is a hydra of at least 8 heads. All of its bodies were falling off of it and rotting away. It breathes out an oppressive form of chlorine gas. All 8 of its heads smile at you and speak in unison as it says, "It has been long since one has fought me. I will love and cherish your bodies in my service." And it will step forward and breathe out chlorine gas, filling the room around you. It is during the day, so its powers are more muted. It only revives 11 zombies. I'm going to want all of you to roll into some initiative for me. Zombie. Can I just get you so I can get your character sheet? There we go. Zombie initiative. And then Hydra. So I have your character sheet. We'll roll initiative so it's there, but I don't need it right now. All right, excellent. So there are 11 zombies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and the great Serpentor himself. Excellent. So, Butcher, you rolled me a 15 for your initiative. Nasafito has a 7, Murdoch a 19, and Josoton an 8. The zombies will go at 9. So, the first to react is Murdoch. this creature billows out a heap of chlorine gas, filling the room around you, and as it like pulls into the like bodies of these creatures around you, they rise up and begin to fill with life, gripping their weapons and making to go towards you. What do you do?
Right. Please describe to me one last time, just so I'm fully aware. We have moved down that center passage. How wide was that center passage?
Oh, I don't know. 10, 15 feet wide.
Okay. And we've come out of that passage, and now we're in a slightly greater hall with all the treasure and all the zombies around us. Okay. I think I will move back to the entrance of the cave, or to the entrance of the Great Hall. And I will, I think, take a shot at this big Serpentor and see if I can hit it.
Okay, absolutely. Please do. The 11 will not hit this monstrosity. Your arrow flies in, finding a bit of rotting flesh, and just kind of sticks there, not seeming to faze the creature at all.
Alright, and I will yell at everybody, "Too much! Run!" And I will bonus action move back a little further into the passageway, preparing to either help hold off in the choke point or bust out of there if necessary.
Alrighty. Murdoch takes a shot before moving back and calling for a retreat. Butcher, you see this all happening in front of you. What do you do?
Yeah, I think I have enough sense to know that getting surrounded by zombies does not sound like fun. So I will... how far away are various things from me?
By various things, what do you mean?
The Hydra, the zombies?
The Hydra is going to be like 35, 45 feet away from you. It's mostly just chilling in the middle of the room on its pile of treasure. The zombies themselves are on the edges of the room. They're shuffling forward. We're going to call them one move action away from you, so probably like 25 feet.
Okay. I will sort of duck to one side as I run back towards the door to get into short range to throw my trident at one of the zombies and use my bonus action to pull it back to me.
All right, you throw your trident. The 12 strikes the zombie for 12 points of piercing damage. The zombie is bloodied, but it is not dead as your magical trident like pierces through its rotting flesh and armor.
And I make my way back to just beyond the entrance.
Okay. Excellent. You make your trident command back into your hand, ripping back out of the zombie's flesh, and then make your way back into the entrance with Murdoch. Excellent. With that, the zombies begin shuffling forward, going to surround the enemies that they can find. They will go to Josaton first. They begin raising their weapons at you and attacking. They will have 3 reach you and be able to surround and attack. Oh, okay. I guess we'll do these individually then.
Yep, roll to hit, and
All
let's see if
right.
you hit the illusion.
Perfect. 6 will
Misses.
not hit the illusion. The second one will attack. And the 18 will hit
Hits
one of
the
your
illusion.
illusions.
Yep, down
Ex-
to 2.
Excellent. And then the third will... 11, I believe, hits your illusion.
Yes, unless Ring of Protection bumps my illusion AC.
I don't feel like Ring of Protection bumps your illusion AC. It might
All right.
by rules as written, but that feels wonky to me. Feels like it should just protect the wearer, yeah?
Hits the illusion.
Yeah. All right. So 2 of your illusions pop from the zombies as they shuffle forward towards you. 3 more shuffle their way towards Neferhito. The first rolling a 15.
Nope.
Nope. The second an 8, and the third a 17.
Nope.
All right, they claw at you with their weapons, slashing down with a combination of swords and scimitars, pole arms, daggers, clubs, but none of them strike you home. The rest of the zombies begin shuffling ever forward, pressing up in a mob around you all, but they cannot press any further this turn. Excellent. Josutan, you're the next to take action. What do you do?
Action disengages, go back to like the entrance of this tunnel, but I'm still gonna be in front of the party.
Yeah, I think so. The Butcher and Shadow had withdrawn to the edge of this tunnel as well. So I assume you can just back up until you're in front of them.
Yep, I'll be in front of them, and that's my action. So
Okay.
my turn.
Excellent. You disengage away from the zombies. Excellent. That brings us to Neferhito. There's these creatures in front of you. What do you do?
Disengage. Back up. Back up. Back up. Do the moonwalk. Hell out of there. Just like,
All right. Excellent. Murdoch, you see your friends disengage from these zombies. What do you do?
Alright, Murdoch is gonna yell to Butcher. We need light in here, and I'm gonna move 30 feet back. How close am I to the back end of this hallway?
Oh, I thought that's where you moved last turn.
Alright, I'm sitting there. If I'm sitting there, that's
Sure.
wonderful.
Yeah.
I'm going to yell to everybody, stay on the right-hand side of the hallway, and with my action, and with my bonus action, due to fast hands, I'm going to pull out 2 bags of caltrops, and I'm going to put them on the right-hand side, and in the middle, right in front of me, and yell out, the caltrops are at the back end of the hallway, stay to the right-hand side, and jump over them. And then I will move 30 feet further back,
Okay.
pulling my bow back out to cover my teammates if I have enough actions to do that. I can't prepare an action, but I'll just have it out in my hands.
Excellent. You move back after throwing some caltrops upon the ground. Excellent. That is your turn. Butcher, what will you do?
All right, the zombies have come out a little bit further. How far am I from where the caltrops were set?
I think you threw them right in front of you, right? You were standing next to him when he started, and then you just threw them out in front, onto the right, into the middle.
Okay, so I'm already back past those. So that's good then. I will go ahead and, I guess, throw a long distance trident shot at one of the zombies. Ideally the one that I hit already.
Okay.
For an 11.
The 11, that will hit a zombie. For 10, you strike the same zombie you hit before. It falls incapacitated for a moment as the trident has felled it from whatever energy it had before.
And I will draw it back to my hand.
Mm-hmm.
And then my turn.
All right.
Holding the position here in front of the caltrops, or behind the caltrops.
So you stand there to fight. Excellent. Zomboids go. The zomboid that got hit and dropped to 0 is going to make a Constitution saving throw on its turn, which it will fail. Yes, which it will fail. And it stays down. The rest of the zombies advance, moving down the hall. Some of them will step on caltrops. I'm going to assume that caltrops are going to probably stop zombies. The rules is written. Feels a little awkward, but sure. Let's see. We have 11 zombies. We have 2 bags of caltrops. I'm going to say that we have half of the zombies step on caltrops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zombies on caltrops. And then the other 5 are going to press forward, getting up closer to the rest of you. They shuffle forward, but they do not have the movement that you do and cannot make an attack this turn. As the zombies shuffle forward, you hear like a small laugh echoing through the chambers around you as the creature seems to mock you. Says, I thought you were here to fight. Why do you run away from me? And with that, it will be Yosaton's turn.
So there's a lot of zombies next to him, right?
There's zombies littered through this place, but only 11 are active right now. Or 10, I guess, after Butcher hit one with his harpoon trident.
So there's 10 zombies. I'm with Joestar at the front. It's a lot of them, so he'll take the dodge action, I suppose,
Okay.
and let his allies get to work.
Okay. So you do. Nefahito, what do you do as these zombies shamble forward through the cavern towards you?
Am I at the wrong end of the caltrops? Because I want to be at the right end of the caltrops.
As far as I know, everybody retreated to the same place at the end of the previous round.
I think Joseton was the last one out.
Yeah, Joseton specifically wanted to be in front of the party, but like everyone else went to the same spot, I thought.
Okay. So if I'm with the party and I can see a zombie, then I would like to attack with a flame.
Absolutely. So you do. You throw a produce flame and you hit it. Please roll me some damage. For 7 points of fire damage, the zombie sets on fire, its clothes burning, its flesh snapping, and continues mindlessly towards you. Alright. Murdoch, you have backed up. You see your friend standing in the entranceway here as zombies head towards them. What do?
Yeah, I see him piling up everywhere. And I'll yell out, we should probably keep running. And I'll back up a little bit further, and I'm going to sneak a quick peek around me, unless I have to take an action to do it, and see if there are any more zombies that are trying to animate.
It does. With a quick peek, it doesn't seem that any of the bodies around you are animating.
Awesome. Then I'm going to take a shot at one of the zombies in the entrance, preferably the one that Nefahito just hit with a flame.
Sure, why not?
Do I have an ally within 5 feet?
No. They're shooting at range.
Okay.
But you will hit it.
Wonderful.
For
7
7 more points of damage. With that, you bloody the zombie that you are attacking, but it continues its slow shuffle forward.
And I'm going to keep moving back closer to the 15-foot entrance. I'm not going to move out of range of where I can see, but I want to try to set up another caltrop line near the entrance, maybe on the next turn, in case we keep retreating.
Okay, excellent. So you do. Butcher, what will you do?
So how far are these zombies from me right now?
You move at 30 feet with your boots of striding and springing, correct?
I did not move back last turn, though, right? So.
Right, but you did the first
You're at the
turn,
top
and then they move at 20 feet, right? So the closest ones are 10 feet to you and have been stopped by the caltrops.
Okay.
Get to work. I'm holding them. As he's like.
Yeah, I guess I will throw my trident again at the wounded one.
Okay. The 27 will hit. For 12 additional piercing, you knock this zombie down. It seems to unanimate for the time being, your trident sticking out of it.
I will then step like 15 feet back from where I'm at.
All right. So you do. The zombies get to go next. They have stepped on the caltrops. They continue forward. Now it is Yosatan and Nefahito that are near them. This is only a 15-foot hallway, so there's only 3 of them. So we'll take 1 attack at each of you. Yes.
Disadvantage.
Yes.
And
If I can find my Roll20 window, there we go. So that is, they crit whatever that is. Is that you, or is that one of your things?
It hits me.
It hits you. You take a crit from the zombie. It rises up with its weapon, and it comes slamming down upon you. Greg has to find what their damage is. Excellent. Please take from...
It critted me.
It critted you through the disadvantage.
Could I... Oh, well, I guess this is not to me, right?
It is not to you. Yes, that is correct. Okay. I am struggling so much with this. There we go. Please take for me 10 points of slashing damage.
Done.
I don't know what has happened to my... I don't know what has happened to my Roll20, but it is flipping out. Okay. I'm like so zoomed in for some reason. Oh, okay. Sorry. You take 10 points of damage as that one steps forward. A second one steps forward. Oh, you actually wanted to be slightly ahead of Nefahito, right?
Yes.
All right. We'll have them attack you. That is what you wanted, after all. The next one swings at disadvantage with a 5, not hitting you or your things. Actually,
No, it'll miss. It'll miss anyway.
it'll miss anyway. Could you give me a Constitution save to check to make sure that mirror image is still going?
It is
Concentration.
non-concentration.
Oh, it's not concentration. Oh, perfect. Cool. And then the last one will step up to make an attack at your image, it appears, for a 9.
Yep, and misses.
All right, perfect. That is a zombie's turns. Yosatan, you've been struck by one of these creatures. What do you do?
There's 9 zombies in front of me, right?
Yep, shuffling towards you.
Burning hands.
Get him.
Excellent. 15-foot cone. I'm gonna say you get 7 of these. This is going to come at a -2.
First 2 pass.
So the first 2 pass, and the rest of these do not. 14 still passes? Yes, it does. All right. The rest of them will all take 11 damage as they begin burning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Nefahito, I have a potion on my side. Feed it to me.
All right. You erupt a cone of fire in front of you and ask for a potion to be healed. Nefahito, what do you do?
Is it the giant potion? Giant strength potion?
Healing potion.
Healing potion. Okay. I feed you the healing potion.
All right. You use your action to administer a healing potion to your friend. Please roll. It's just a regular healing potion, right? 2d4 plus 2?
Yep.
Perfect. You regain 6 hit points, Yosatan. All right. Is that your entire turn?
Yes.
All right. Excellent. Then that brings us to Murdoch. You see Yosatan cast burning hands down this passageway while Butcher slightly retreats and Nefahito feeds him a potion. What do you do?
Alright, seeing that Yosatan is holding his ground, Murdoch will move back forward and I will fire another longbow shot, this time at the most injured zombie that I can see.
Absolutely. With a 19, that'll hit.
And I will get sneak attack because they are all within 5
Mhm.
feet of an ally. So that'll be 17 damage to that zombie.
All right, that one goes down, blah, falling to the
Right.
ground in front of you.
And I'm purposely coming up within 30 feet of Chosen, so
Okay.
that I can possibly heal him next round if I need to.
Okay, excellent.
All right.
Butcher, it is your turn. What will you do?
Seeing that we're holding the line here, Butcher will make his way back forward and take a swing at one of the zombies surrounding Joseton
Mm-hmm.
with Great Weapon Master. I will use my... no. You know what? That's fine. 9 to hit.
All right, the 9 hits the zombie. Please roll damage. For 26, you bring it down. Excellent.
As a bonus action, I will swing out at another one.
Okay.
Nice.
And you will hit the zombie. For 24 slashing. That goes down as well.
Alright, that's the end of my turn.
All right, excellent. With that, you hear movement in the back as this like big Hydra does something, and that's its turn. Next goes the zombies. Zombies continue pressing forward through the caltrops and trying to get up at Yosaton. Butcher has stepped up next to Yosaton, and so we'll have the extra attack go... Well, we'll have the extra attack go towards Yosaton. That's what they're doing. So, you did not take the dodge action, so this time we'll just have them both attack you. So that's a 22 and 11 at Yosaton.
Let me roll for the
Yeah,
illusion.
roll
see
for
if
the
it hits it.
illusion. The 5 is at...
It does not.
The 5 is at you, correct?
Yes. And
All
the
right.
second one, because if it hits it, the second one's also at me but misses me.
Okay, perfect. So you will take an additional... Oh, I've lost my brain. Where did it go? It's D6 plus something.
+3.
Plus 3. It's gotta be...
Yep.
Yep.
That's the one you rolled before.
Yep,
T-
perfect.
You rolled the
Thank you.
D6 plus 3.
I lose track of where they are. You take 8 additional points of damage, and then the next attack will go towards Butcher. With a 9 not hitting you. The other zombies press up behind them, but cannot get any attacks off at you today. Excellent. Yostan, it is your turn. What do you do?
I hear the giant thing in the back moving.
Yes.
It's coming for us, probably one of the side tunnels. How many zombies are still standing?
There are 6 still standing. I've not been rolling their con saves. It's okay. They can stay down.
I will... This is like an integral moment.
Mm-hmm.
I will spend 2 sorcery points to quicken spell
Okay.
a Burning Hands
All right.
into the massive zombies in front of them.
All right.
Good play.
11 more fire.
11 more fire. There are 60 20s here. These are all at -2. So fail, fail, pass, fail, fail, pass? Yes. Fail, fails. They take 11, 11, and then pass. So they take 6. Fail, fail. This one dies. And this one passes. Alright. Excellent. You burning hands down. One of the zombies drops to your flames. The others keep pressing forward.
How many are directly next to me?
3. 3 can fill the hallway.
I think we need to pull back.
Yep.
I will disengage as my action. Grab the edges
Right,
of my
because
cloak
you
and-
quickened the burning hands, right?
Yes.
Perfect.
Grab the edges, realizes, wait, my casting focus has the light spell on it, and I'll just run back 30 feet.
All right, excellent. You disengage back into the center of the great cavern. Excellent. Navahito, what do you do?
Here's a question: would I need to disengage too?
I think you specifically were behind Yosutan. Yosutan wanted to stay in front of you, so Butcher and Yosutan stepped up because Butcher wanted to like make a melee attack. But I think you've been behind them, so I don't think you need to.
Cool. Could you help me and add my token on the
Oh,
screen?
yeah.
I have not. I'm a bit unsure exactly how to do that myself.
No worries. There you go.
So I will shoot a flame at one of them.
Okay, sure thing. That'll hit one of them. For a single point of fire.
Yes.
Very nice.
And I will
Pull back.
back up with my team.
Excellent. With that, Murdoch, you can hear sounds coming from your right, but you cannot see down that tunnel very far yet. What do you do?
Yell out, coming in from the right side. I'll take a longbow shot at the one closest to Butcher.
The 11 will hit.
I will deal 16
For
points of damage to
16,
it.
felling the creature in front of Butcher.
Seeing there are 4 left there. Right?
1, 2, 3, 4, yep.
Okay. I will move back 15 feet, bonus action, pull out my healer's kit, and I will heal up Josephson. He
All
gets
right.
1d6 plus 4 plus level.
Yes.
I think. It's been so long since I played. I want to look at it.
1d6
1d6 plus
8.
4 plus level. So it should be a d6 plus 8.
Perfect.
You will regain 12 points of healing, and I will keep moving past you the last 15 feet and yell, Butcher, get out of there!
Back to full.
All right.
Good.
Butcher, it is your turn. What will you do?
Well, I figured there's 2 zombies here right in front of me, so I will swing out at one of them with my great axe.
Okay. The 21 will hit. For 9. That will kill the first one in front of you, yes.
All right, and then I will make a bonus action attack to swing at the second one.
All right. 11 hits. For 10, that is... Let's roll a die. Which one does it hit? That does kill this one.
All right, and with all the ones immediately on me slain, I will back up 30 feet to where my party is.
All right, perfect. You back up 30 feet. As you do so, you see a many-headed Hydra appear out of the tunnel to your right, snarling with its 8 heads. Why are you running? I thought you were heroes. And then 2 more zombies kind of spill out here, coming forward, but not as fast as you. Murdoch, what do you do as you see this happening?
I will... How close am I now to the entrance to the cave?
I think you said you wanted to back all the way up to it, right? To like that 15-foot start?
I also move forward and then move back again. I think I'm pretty close to it.
I think
though,
you're
right?
pretty close to it. I think that's what you were... That's how I had it.
Okay, sounds good. Well, the entrance to the cave is 15 feet, so I'm going to yell out, stay to your right-hand side, and I'm going to move back to the entrance of the cave, drop down my last 2 bags at the caltrops on... It'll be my physical right in the center, because if they're staying to the right-hand side, they should be coming down the right-hand path,
Okay.
which would slow down especially larger creatures that have to come past it. And then I will move as far as I can out of the cave towards the remaining crocodile that's there, who should still be outside, waiting by the water. Yes? No?
There's still a crocodile sitting behind the water. Yep, absolutely.
All right.
All right, excellent. That brings us to Butcher and the creature. Since the creature is actively in combat, and it also has a 15, Butcher, what is your dex?
It's the same, if I remember what you rolled. It's 13. 13 dex.
13, you go first.
Oh, okay. Cool. Let's see. This creature seems like it's coming to from how far away from us is it right now?
It's like 30 feet or so.
Okay, so it seems like it's coming for my friends and might get to them before they get a chance to act. That's tough.
Just run.
Yeah, I think I have to believe in my friends here. I'm going to throw a... God, this is awful. It's a tough decision right here.
You could just run.
I'm not gonna just run. Yeah, I think I will throw my trident at one of the remaining 2 zombies.
Okay.
14
hits. For 9. That is not enough to kill either zombie, so I'll just put it on this one.
All right,
Excellent.
and I will rush back 30 feet
Okay.
and hope my friends can get to here.
All right, you stay upon the right-hand side, away from the caltrops that Shadow had put down. And with that, the creature moves forward. It has 8 heads, and there are 2 people chilling in the middle of the room together. So we have 4 attacks, I believe, gonna go on each of you. Mr. Yosaton, do you still have one of your images up?
1 left.
1 left. Please roll me an image for the first bite.
It's me.
It hits you. It attacks you. So I'm done with zombies. Go away, zombie character. There we go. Hydra. It attacks with a +8. The first attack at you is a 14.
Misses.
All right. It bites with another head at you. It is at you
Attacks me.
with a 24.
Hits.
All right. It will do 14 points of damage to you. Still up?
Alright.
All right. The third attack is going at you or the illusion?
It's me.
All right. With a 17, does that hit?
Cast shield.
You cast shield, blocking it. It does not hit you. So that's 1, 2, 3. There's one more head biting at you.
At the illusion.
At the illusion. Excellent. With a 24, it bites and destroys the illusion. The other 4 heads will go at Neferhito. The first with an 18. A 25. Yes.
I was gonna say re-rolled the.
Okay.
Yes, you have all your lucky points.
You have all your lucky
Yes.
points. Here's all the attacks. It rolls an 18, a 25, a 14, and a 15. How would you like to spend your lucky points?
For the 2 hits.
For the 2 hits? Okay, very good. The 25 and the 18, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your d20s. Or I could just re-roll them here.
Yeah.
The first re-roll is a 25.
I'll spend the last one if I can.
Okay.
That one, that's.
It is also a 25.
Well, I'll just take that.
All right. So you get hit once. The second one you spent a lucky point on is a 9. So you only get hit once.
Yes.
But you do get hit for 15 points of damage.
All right, I'm down.
You are
Got this.
down. All right. Neferhito goes down. Murdoch, it is your turn. You see these bites come crashing down upon your allies. Nefahito is bleeding out. You're looking down through the like tunnel into this happening as you went to check on the crocodile.
Trying to think if there's anything I can do to get Nefahito up, but I don't think there is.
Okay.
Ugh. Timur, I'm sorry. I don't think there's any way I can get to you. I think I will back up a little bit out of the entrance, and I'm gonna shoot at the Hydra. And as I shoot at it, I'm gonna yell at it, "Ugly, come and get me!" Fire.
All right, please roll the hit. That'll hit.
That hits.
Yeah.
And that's gonna do 15
for
damage.
15 points of damage. Excellent. One of its heads kind of turns to look at you, and it just kind of snarls, "In time."
And then I'm gonna continue moving towards the crocodile that is there.
All right, excellent. So you do.
My turn.
Excellent. Butcher, you go ahead of this creature. What do you do?
Oh, man.
Oh, you did 8% of its health. That's pretty good. That's better than I thought.
What did Joseph do on his last turn?
I quickened more fire to kill a lot more of the zombies and weaken them, and then I disengaged and moved. I can protect myself.
I feel like we missed your turn.
I feel like we missed your turn. Yeah, I think we did. Because I
Yeah.
killed Nefahito,
Yeah.
but he never rolled a death save.
And
Yosatan, why don't you
I felt
go?
like, yeah, because for a moment I was doubting myself. Wait, this thing went twice.
No, you're right.
Okay.
It should be your turn.
I think it went twice. Yeah.
Okay. I will. Well, I have 21 hit points. The outside is more than 30 feet, right?
It's a 15-foot tunnel. You're about halfway through. Probably more than 30 feet, yeah.
Alright, can I make, like, an Arcana check or something to guess if this thing can see in magical darkness?
I don't know. Have you had much experience with zombie Hydra overlords that are thousands of years old and have? I don't know. I don't feel like this is an Arcana check of can it see in magical darkness. I feel like this is either make the play or don't. I don't think there's more information to be had here.
I will quicken spell Mirror Image.
Okay.
To my knowledge, it should take only one attack of opportunity, not all 8.
That is correct.
Hopefully.
Yes. It has many attacks of
well-
opportunity, but it won't get multiple attacks of opportunity against you.
Yep.
With a 14.
Let me see if it hits. It would hit an illusion, regardless. And then I will use my action to dash 60 feet,
Okay.
enough to hopefully get me outside.
So, yeah, that works. You dash away from the creature. Nefahito, make me a death saving throw. That's one success. All right, then Shadow goes. Then he hits it and like strikes the creature with his arrow while looking at the croc. Butcher, is your turn. What do you do?
So I'm 30 feet from this thing. And how far is it back to the entrance from where I'm at? Another 30 feet, maybe?
Probably like 15, 20 at most. Like, the entrance down here is not very far.
All right.
You're probably even less than that, because you started up this, like, slope already. You're probably getting out of there in, like, 10 or 15 feet.
I will toss my trident at disadvantage at it.
Okay. The
Assuming that's a
11 will
miss.
miss. Yeah.
And I will draw it back to my hand with my bonus action and move back to just in front of where that next, I'll move to just behind that next line of caltrops. It's at the entrance, right?
Okay. Okay. You're just at the back end of
Well-
where Murdoch dropped all of his caltrops. Sounds good.
Yeah, I want to be maybe 5 or 10 feet in front of my allies.
All right.
That's actually what I want to be.
And so it does. The creature leaves the body of the fallen and begins making its way up towards you. It steps on a load of caltrops. What is the save against caltrops?
EC 15 deck save.
Dexterity save. All right. It succeeds and continues moving forward. We'll give it like 2 points of damage for stepping on a bunch of caltrops. And then it has 8 heads, and he sees Butcher. And he doesn't have reach on his heads, does he? He has 10-foot reach. How close are you to Yosatan? Are you within 10 feet?
I move like 60.
Okay, so no, is what I'm hearing. All right.
I'm 10 feet in front of wherever he is. So I would
Alrighty.
been 50 feet from where he started, the Hydra started.
You're 50 feet from where the Hydra started.
Yes.
Since he was further back up the hallway.
Okay.
If you're
Then Alright, you're 50 feet from the Hydra. What is Hydra's zombie movement? 30 feet. Okay, it moves up. It doesn't attack you. Excellent. Zombies go. Zombies are just chilling. They're just doing their thing. They're effectively out of this combat. Yosatan, you see this creature moving up and getting within range of Butcher. What do you do?
Can I yell
Go on to the
something?
move. Go ahead.
I'm gonna yell out, "Take the croc!"
Yes, I move basically outside 30 feet,
Mhm.
which I believe at this point I'm outside, right?
Oh, yeah, easy.
Did I run out of sorcery points? Yes. But I am very far away from it, where I will cast a firebolt at it. Who
Okay.
knows? No, I'll just run. I'll
Okay.
use my action to 30 feet more. I'm like outside in the middle of that open area.
Yeah, you easily get to the open area. If you want to move 30 feet, like, you can, like, do a lap around it, probably. You can get to the very edge. You can, like, get to the water edge easy.
I basically get to the
All
water.
right. Yeah. You're at the water edge. You're chilling with King Croc over there. Sounds good. All right. Excellent. That is your turn. Nefihido, please make me a death saving throw. That's 2 successes. All right. Excellent. That brings us to Murdoch. Yosatan runs back. He's chilling with King Croc. You're at this, like, entrance watching Butcher stand down this 8-headed Hydra zombie. What do you do? Are you muted or am I, like, deaf?
Hear me?
Yes. Okay, perfect.
Okay. I'm gonna yell to Butcher, "You have to run! Go, go, go!" And I will... How close am I to the water?
Like 25, 30 feet.
Great. I'm gonna run full speed at the water and dive in.
All right. You
Full
dive
power,
in.
yelling at Josephton to take the crocodile ferry. I will dive in, and then I will use my bonus action to dash and my action to dash. So I'll run, dive in, and be able to swim 30 feet, I think, which will get me.
That'll
almost
get
all the
you
way across.
most of the way there, yeah, for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
And
What
massive,
armor are you
though,
wearing,
still.
just out of curiosity?
I am wearing studded leather armor.
You chilling. Yeah, it stings, it burns, but you just start swimming like hell. And you're either very close or to the other side as you finish your turn. Excellent. Butcher, you get to act before this creature does. What do you do?
Man, it's so tempting to just swing at this thing.
I mean, you've done about 9% of its health so far.
And we haven't really done anything. I understand what you're saying. I'm going to take a swing at this thing with Great Weapon Master.
Okay, please roll to hit. 17 hits.
I will use Menacing attack. I don't know if it can be afraid, but worth a shot.
It cannot be afraid, but it will take an additional 7 damage.
So
29
points
damage. Very nice.
Okay.
All right.
Let me think about what I'm doing now, because now is the hard part. Does anything special happen? No heads pop off or anything?
I suppose you're supposed to deal... Hold on. How much damage does it take to kill a head? 25 in a single turn. Yes, you cleave one of its 8 heads. It now has 7 heads. Momentarily.
Okay. I will... Yes, I'll move back 30 feet, provoking an attack of opportunity.
Okay. Absolutely. It attacks with a 22.
Yep.
All right. It will deal to you 14 points of damage.
Yep. And then I will action surge to dash another 30 feet, and I think that probably gets me to diving into the water.
Yeah, probably. I think you move 30 feet, you dash 30 feet. Yeah, absolutely.
And I will use my second wind.
All right, you use your second wind. With that, the creature begins coming out of the cave. It looks across the stinging waters, and it sees you all swimming away from it at as fast as you can go. Yosatan, you're the closest, but none of you are outside of the range of its breath. All 7 heads pull in as much air as they can, and they breathe out a spew of chlorine gas covering and coating the entire area that you guys are in. I want all of you to make me saving throws versus poison. You are a dwarf and 2 people who have drank antitoxins, so I believe you get to save at advantage. Your DC will be 15.
On save?
Constitution save against poison. Yes, I'm sorry.
Oof.
All right, all 3 of you successfully save. Please take for me half of 6 points of poison damage, and you have no further effects from the breath. Excellent. Yosatan, you're chilling with King Croc. What do you do?
Goes to stand on King Croc, and I assume the King Croc will eventually ferry him over.
Yes.
So I guess until that time, because it's another creature, separate initiative.
King Croc begins paddling. you get to moving. Neverhito, roll me a death saving throw, please. Those are 3 successes. You are stable and unconscious. You will regain consciousness and 1 HP in 2 hours. And with that, I believe if all of you are running away, the creature will not cross the waters at this time. You have successfully escaped. It is 11:30. And one of your party members is down. Are you going to try to push all the way back home tonight? Or is it time to pray to
I think we should
a lost
pray to the
god?
gods, especially if it means we can save Nephihito.
We should save
Absolutely.
Nephihito.
If Nephihito can be saved, we pray right now. But Greg makes that call.
He is stable and has not been deaded and turned into a zombie yet. And you are out of combat. You can take the group home.
Let's go home.
Yep.
All right.
We
Bring
do
your
not
character home.
go for greed.
All right. You cast a prayer to a lost god, Suhui of the Forgotten Ways, and you sacrifice unto him half of your material wealth and your half of your XP earned from the session. And so you are allowed to traverse the great Logris through the winding and forgotten paths between space and time, arriving back at at Farfield Keep. Along the way, you find the body of an unconscious Neferhito that has dragged itself back into existence and taken to camp. I'm going to add up your experience and your gold points, and then we're going to have to roll on some magic items. While I'm doing that, now would be an excellent time to give some shout-outs or anything that you'd like to plug before we end the stream.
Hey, listen, we took out a head of that Hydra. Now it's only a 7-headed Hydra. So all of you, great adventurers, come back.
At the end of its turn, it regrows 2 heads where it lost a head.
I didn't know
Now it's a
if this was
9-headed
Yeah, now it's a 9-headed Hydra.
if it did that or not.
We didn't do any fire damage to
See,
it.
we learned
now.
something that it does regrow heads even though it's undead. So it's a piece of information.
Yeah.
Very,
We
and
were
there
all
are
ready.
zombies in there.
Yeah, we were ready to fight it until we ran into 11 zombies and the fact that it had 8 heads and a breath weapon. And then we ran like cowards. But
Yeah.
Thank
at least we got home.
Thankfully, we caught up on initiative because for a moment, I thought, wait, this thing has like 2 initiatives. Because...
No, my bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, good. I don't think it would have changed any of the situation. I think Neferhito still goes down. I think we still run away. So I don't think it affected anything. For a shout out, you can catch Timber and I on John Dungeon Master's stream as he has fun trying to mess with us after we tried to kill his patron tonight. So that should be good. That should be good tomorrow. We'll be on his stream at, I believe it is 5 Central.
What is John's Twitch?
It is. Let's see here.
John Dungeon
John
Master.
Dungeon Master.
Oh, that makes sense because he is in chat. I can just see his Twitch account. My brain's dumb. I've never managed to look up his streams. Probably because I'm dumb.
No worries. You're not missing much, right? I mean, what is this?
Alrighty, I have XP and gold ready. You guys ready?
Ready.
All right. So I want each of you to take home for me 77 gold pieces of your remaining treasure, and 425 experience of your remaining experience.
Yeah. Level for Timmer.
Nice. The rest of your gold and experience bought you safe passage back home. We do have to give out a bunch of magic items, though, that you managed to take with you. So, I'm just going to go down in the order that I have them written. So, first things first, we have a Trident of Returning +1. Who would like to lay claim to the Trident of Returning?
Anybody gonna fight me for it?
I'm passing on that one. Hardcore. That is
That's
a weapon
yours.
made
You
for
need
you,
one.
man.
All right. Sounds like Butcher is the only one making claim. Butcher, the Trident of Returning +1 is yours. Next up, we have the Wand of Magic Detection. Who would like to lay claim to the Wand of Magic Detection?
I'm going to pass on that to the casters.
I would like that.
Have it. There you
All
go.
right.
Have it.
Sounds like Yosatan is the only one laying claim. Yosatan, the Wand of Magic Detection is yours. Next, we have a set of 3 potions of Hill Giant Strength. We could split them individually if we need to, or we could roll for them as a cask. How do you feel about either of those?
I think the people who have them in their inventory keeps them.
Works.
Works for me.
Okay.
Sure.
That sounds like the party agrees. I don't remember who had them, but whoever has them in your inventory, you keep a potion of Hill Giant Strength. The next is the Armor of the Mariner. Who would like to lay claim to the Armor of the Mariner?
Well, I think the only 2 who can actually wear it are Butcher and myself,
Mhm.
correct?
You should take it since I can already swim.
Right. I think I will take it. I'm not so sure if I'm going to wear it. Maybe I can trade it with somebody else in a later adventure or something.
Okay.
All right, so yeah, I'll
Okay.
take it.
Murdoch, it is yours. The armor of the Mariner. The next we have a Ring of Protection up for grabs. Who would like to lay claim to the Ring of Protection?
I would like to put in a roll for it.
Okay. And Josaton, anyone else? Just you two? All
You're
right.
allowed to put claims into these
Yeah,
items.
Tamara, roll for this.
Yeah.
I don't.
You gotta put claim in for something, man. We
Yeah,
only have a few things
roll
left.
for it.
Okay.
All right, we bullied Temer into trying to get a magic item.
Yes.
Then I want everyone who wants it to roll me a D100. Highest will take the item.
Not me.
All right, Josaton, the Ring of Protection is yours. Next we get the Boots of Striding and Springing. Who would like to lay claim to the boots?
I would.
Butcher. And no one else?
I don't think so. Nope.
That's Butcher's.
All right, Butcher, you will take the Boots of Striding and Springing. They are yours. And finally, we have the Horn of Marine Animal Control.
That belongs to Temer. I don't have one yet.
Yeah, he didn't get a magic
can
item
give
yet.
You get an item.
If Temer truly doesn't want it, we can give it to the town monument.
I'll have to decide if that's worth 1,000 GP or not. I'm gonna have to go pull up some books.
Yeah, if that armor is
Well-
worth 1,000 GP, then I would
Yeah,
give
might
up
as
the
well.
armor to the monument in a heartbeat
Mhm.
because we need to get that monument up and running, and I would it's definitely more valuable than me holding on to it. Anyway,
We will hand it over to the monument.
Temer should take the horn.
It's
As a druid, you might have
Not-
a lot more use of that than the rest of us.
marine animal control. I have animal friendship. You know, Marty, good pals with all animals. You know, including the water ones.
Well, here's the thing. Justin can fly. Our dear dwarf can already swim in the water, and now I have myself and my own army of crocodiles because I got the dagger from Butcher. So we all have our own animal things. You
Okay.
need something.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, I'll take it then. There we go.
All right.
Horn.
All right. We've bullied you into accepting an item now.
Bullied you into accepting your place in this group and earning something out of it.
All
You
right.
will level. You will not lose a character.
The disappointment of leveling up and gaining a magic item is palpable.
You destroyed my streak, you know?
All right, the Horn of Marine Animal Control is yours. The Armor of the Mariner is definitely worth 1,000 GP, if that is what you want to do. +1 magic armor with an enchantment on top of it. Yes, for
Yep.
sure.
Okay. We take it directly to the Dwarven Smith, and it
All
goes to
right.
the monument.
The Dwarven Smith is very happy to have the Armor of the Mariner, and promises you that in the future the monument will be so powerful and so sure a beacon to other people that it will only attract the finest of adventurers to Farfield Keep. All future new characters can be rolled up at level 3.
Ooh, all right.
What?
That was
That's
worth it.
amazing.
That was worth it. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. See, if you let me die, I would have been rolling up here.
Oh my god.
You held me back. You held me back. That's okay.
No.
Level 2 it is.
Oh.
We actually nerfed you.
And with that, we will bring a close to the 26th episodes Beyond the Mist. Thank you very much for the 4 of you. It was a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed the session as much as I did. I'm sorry that I was less prepared, I guess, than I should have been for your fight with the Hydra. Twitch chat, it was good hanging out with you. I'm going to try to do some streaming this weekend, either Saturday or Sunday, because I haven't been doing a lot due to the heat. But I don't know when, so I don't know, I'll surprise it on you. Hopefully I'll see you then. If not, have a great rest of your day, night, week, whatever it is till I do catch you again. See you next time. Peace, everybody.